Hello, folks. I've got a lot of roadblocks ahead of me. So, thankfully, welcome back, McSalt. This should go much quicker than it did on day one, just because I'm not trying to get started like I was before. I'm not trying to like start from the beginning of the game, so. Still, it's gonna take a long fucking time. I have a monster to get me through this. But I think we should just get started. Like last time, I'm gonna be farming this. Oh, that's right. So I gotta get a wanted wreck. I've been told, I don't know how true this is, but I've been told that apparently the next gen version of these games were just as bad with the roadblocks. I don't know how true that is. I can't imagine they're as bad, right? I've never really played as much of the next gen games as I probably should have. As always, I need audio feedback just because I can't hear myself, but ideally it sounds okay. That counted as one? Okay. This is always awkward getting off to the start with the flow of this kind of challenge run. Hold on, guys. I already don't know what was going on with that guy flying over my shoulder there. The frame rate is already chugging. I lowered the game a little bit.
Be advised, we're switching over to our reserve fuel tanks. We only got a couple of miles before we got to bail on this pursuit.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear the music at all. I can turn it up if I need to. It's Code Sega CCX. Yeah, the frame rate started out real rough today. It's normally it's not that bad at first, and it just kind of works its way up to being terrible. But no, it just out the gate today. Oh, okay. Immediately. Yeah, something with the cars in this game, they just go flying at any provocation. So we only ran 8 before we hit the fucking... We didn't even run 8 before we hit the spike strip, but... I'm not in a rush anymore, honestly. This is gonna take me days regardless, so I might as well see what I can do. I've been with them last week. Good. I've been decent. I've been really busy. It's been a very busy few weeks in terms of just deadlines and other work and... yeah, I had a big thing to do with my side gig, and that's not entirely over yet, but it should be tonight. after this is all wrapped up. I got a couple more revisions to make, and I'm done with all that. But I've just been really busy with work, but on the same time, I've been, like, very... Since I did this, much more, like... I'm not panicking, which I can thank all of you for. Yeah, I feel much more like everything feels more manageable. Let's put it that way. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
Please update your situation. We need an update here.
Music is very quiet. Okay.
Suspect MVA, suspect MVA.
That should be good. If it's too loud now, let me know. Yeah, I'm just feeling mostly reassured, and like things are, you know, possible now. Thank you. Like I said, yeah, I wasn't worried or expected. I don't think that anymore that's happening. I'm not pushing very hard for anything else to come through because God, I have my work cut out for me. I won't say no to any help, but no, I at this point I'm expecting to just work through these things. Do I even have like a description set on this video? I don't think I do. On the stream. I scheduled this at work yesterday and kind of. I remembered I wanted to do it, but I didn't really have much time to prepare. Love when the car just sits there after the chute breaker goes off. Try and drive away like it does in Most Wanted for Carbon. Yeah, this is much slower with the pop tires. I might need to go ahead and get away, but I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. It's doable, but... I'm not in a hurry, but this is kind of slow. Just like anything brings me to a stop, it takes forever to get going again. What did I do? I didn't kill any Porsches.
Yeah, this is Jenna 5-9. We're heading out to search the
Yeah, the only one of like two Mastodon songs I know.
Circling around, trying to keep it there. That gas station's going
Does this
up,
do anything to the helicopter?
fire.
No.
Watch it. He's off-road into the substation again. The suspect has crashed. Circling around, trying to keep him there.
Alright, I'm gonna wait here. I think there's a hiding spot right here, yep. There you go. That's 22. So that's 560. Hi, Saturn. I'm doing okay. Got home from work not too long ago. Ate some dinner. Went grocery shopping first. Ate some dinner. I'm doing okay. Hope y'all are all well. Hope y'all had a good week. No, I've not been online this past week much. I said busy, but God knows I have some stretch goals to take care of in the coming weeks. I'm gonna figure out when, in what sim, and in what car I'm gonna do that that endurance race. I'm like, part of me wants to do a Gran Turismo one, but part of me wants to do like a modern sim. So like, if I'm driving for 12 hours, it's gonna be like a decent sim and decent car. Sex went well Thursday. It was for me at least. That's a sick barrel roll. That's my third aileron roll, I suppose, that I've done in this game. It went well for me, but not as a general event. Do not hit that. Unfortunately, we had a Steam error about halfway through, so the race got called about halfway through with partial points, and we called the results right before the first disconnect. So the first disconnect was a P3. It wasn't in one of the GTEs, but because that's when we called it, I hadn't yet passed the other GTEs. I think I would have. I was on pace 2 on strategy, but I don't know. It's I'm very excited. However, this next race is at fucking Cleveland, so yeah, that's the idea behind the name of the league. Test name. It sounds like the word sex. What track am I gonna do for the endurance race? I don't know. I haven't decided on a track, a car, a sim, nothing. I want to do something decently fast. I don't want it to be something ridiculously hard to drive. I'm tempted to do some, some classic stuff, like maybe Le Mans in like an LMP1. Like I was considering maybe doing the Toyota GT1 at Le Mans, but probably not Nürburgring. Nürburgring I feel like is way too easy to make mistakes on. You know, how many turns are on that track? It's in the hundreds. That's in the low like 100s. I could be misremembering, but it's definitely a lot of turns, and it's just like I don't think I can do that for 12 hours straight without taking myself out of the race. $73 turns? Okay, I thought it was like something like 105. Yeah, it's 8 to 10 minutes lap, depending on the car. Optimal pace in a modern hypercar like LMP is like 8 minutes, a little bit lower, depending. I think the world record in that Porsche is like a 7.5 minute. But I like the idea of doing like a 90s to LMP. I like the idea of doing, you know, I could do something in my Porsche from Sex. That could be cool, because my Sex Porsche is never really going to get run anywhere else. Fuck. Yeah, Rogue, this pace is not the prime pace I could be going at. It's mainly that I gotta get in the flow of it, but also it's somewhat luck-based to make sure I don't continually pop my tires like I've been doing. I'll get into the flow of avoiding it better soon, but in a few days. It is a little bit harder when I'm talking to chat as well, but I think if I didn't talk to chat during this, I would lose my fucking mind. So. That was 15 more. I'm not pressing the restart button, I should be. See, like, it's gotten to the point where it's still funny, like, the sex joke is still funny, but it's not, like, it doesn't, I'm not constantly aware of how silly it sounds to say my sex car. But I think that's funnier, because I do it without thinking about it, like, and it becomes, like, completely straight-faced. And so people don't know what I'm talking about, just, like, do a double take, and I'm just, like, straight-faced talking about my sex Porsche.
Spirit of Speed, let's go.
Spirit of Speed, let's go. Thank you. $5. That's 5 more Roadblocks. Gonna add those on in a minute. See, for some reason tonight so far, we're having awful luck with the roadblocks. The spike strips are spawning in front of the cars instead of out on the opening. So, you know, whenever I go towards one of these things, my reflex is to aim for the car. But then when there's the spike strip in front of it, that means I run into the spike strip more likely. Yeah, so very dangerous. On that topic, I realized only after doing the 8-hour stream last week, or 9-hour stream, however long it was, that I had accidentally not set up the audio for my text-to-speech. It was coming through, but in my headphones, but it wasn't coming through on the stream. So all the text-to-speech and the sound effects were not coming through for y'all. So I apologize about that. Not much I can do about it in retrospect, but you know, I fixed it, and it should be fixed going forward. I would like to figure out, like, a better stream alert sound. Like, it's fun for this, you know, I've been using that stream alert, and now that I'm saying this, I don't know if you guys are even aware of this, because it, you know, wasn't working, but, I've been using that very dangerous alert for, like, 3 years, or 2 years, or however long I've been using it, and I don't know if it came through before. But I do want to find something that's more, alright, the traffic car just go flinging around that corner. Something that's a little more neutral and not using someone else's voice. I might do the milestones in order, whichever ones are more convenient first. Probably more convenient. Just because, like, you know, it's a lot easier to plan and run a stream that takes a few hours than it is to do a 12-hour race. The 12-hour race, full disclosure, will probably not happen until I have moved. Just because that sort of thing takes an entire day up, and I've got a lot of stuff going on, so, you know, I'm not gonna have, it's rare for me to have an entire day free at the moment, and that's gonna take, really realistically, a day and a half. Yeah, 12-hour stream itself, I got the prep, and I got recovery, so, let's say, Cross does not have, Undercover does not have Cross on the story at all, no. Yeah, I'll probably do the Spirit of Speed thing soon, though I want to. I have not yet decided if I'm doing it on PC. Ah! Shit!
His rubber's gone.
Come on, that was the slowest speed collision. Yeah, steel forms, the car's not oversteering. I appreciate you, Saul. Is the rest of AFI good? I don't have no idea. I really only know this.
Negative on the stop. Stay on him.
I really have only heard this song from Guitar Hero, and then like there was one other song that I'm aware of that's like somewhat popular, but yeah, I don't know. AFI is kind of before my time.
I think we lost him. Repeat, we still have no visual on the target. Ground unit. See if you can flush him out. Speeder just ran my car. Appreciate. Repeat code 3.
The helicopter is jank as fuck. Yeah, I've heard really good things about AFI. I do want to listen to them more. It's just, you know,
We can't see anything.
so much time and bandwidth. Look at all those cops on the map. I was in cooldown.
I caught up to him. We're maintaining pursuit here. The driver won't slow down. We're trying to bump into
15 roadblocks and ending the mission. No, not really. I'm doing it until I pop my tires, and then I try and escape with the pop tires, because, like, that slows it down so much. I could keep going, but it would take an age, if I did it on pop tires, so I'm better off escaping and resetting my tires so I can, you know, get back to the... Oh, that's a hiding spot, I guess. A hiding spot, but it's right there in the corner and the cop sees me. Got it. Yeah.
Attention patrols, got a report of a code 6 driver being followed by police at high speed. If you're a 10-8, get rolling right now, please.
dispatch. Got a real situation out here. Request more USAF.
The hiding spots in this game don't make sense. In the slightest. None of them. Only ones that do are copied from the previous game. Sorry, not previous game. Most Wanted.
33, 1033, suspect just took out my last cover unit. What can you give me? Vehicles flow through the warehouse area. We need those gates closed off.
Helicopter shadow really is just a box. It looks like a car. I'm pretty sure it's a car shadow. It has wheels.
Very dangerous.
Hi. I can't
you.
stay around but still want to show some support, so here you go.
Stay with them.
Appreciate you. That's 5 more I gotta do. Have a good rest of the night, whatever you end up doing. There's one more right here that I was hoping to get away. I don't want to leave it on the table. Alright, does this... Can it count? That didn't count for some reason.
Break line. Break line. No, he's not gonna let me through. I can't get in there.
Was it? Am I crazy? Was that 19 before, or did that not count? Alright, but there's 2 more. I play Hot Pursuit Challenge, the most wanted mod that makes it into Hot Pursuit 3. I've not. I'm interested in checking that out, though. I've been feeling like the urge to go back to the old NFS games lately. I was trying to play High Stakes last night with some friends on a call, but it didn't really work out too well in terms of like streaming into them and all that. Yeah, I would love to check that out, though. I would like to, at some point in the near future, revisit Need for Speed 3 and 4. Separate from 1, 2, and 5, because those are like, yeah, they're all classic NFS, but I feel like 3 and 4 have a very specific vibe to them the others don't have. Not in like in a negative or dismissive way, just different. Like, you know, Porsche Unleashed's vibe is very, it's very clean Y2K, sporting type deal, you know? And that's not really what I get in the other ones. Where? Okay. Undercover? Do you play Undercover on your DS or Underground? Because Underground on the DS was decent. Undercover, I don't know. I've not played that. PS1 ROM hack NFS High Stakes Complete Edition. I'm not aware of that. I'm gonna open a new tab right now and put that on my radar for later. Thank you. I really want to play the Japanese version with the Skyline in it. Yeah, no, I love Hot Pursuit 2 PS2. I have a soft spot for the Seattle version just because I grew up with that one, because I had the GameCube first. I played it on PC, and then I had my GameCube for my first console, so those were the versions I played. I didn't play the black box version of Hot Pursuit 2. I didn't play the PS2 version of that game until adulthood. And you know, I like both of them. They have their own merits. I think that aesthetically, in terms of like, you know, just the general vibes and presentation, Seattle did better. Graphically, like on a raw graphical sense, the PS2 version was better, and also just obviously in gameplay, it was completely different. That was what, 25? 28. Hot Pursuit Remastered video. I've said this a lot of times over the years. It's been a while since I've reiterated it. I'm gonna cover every NFS game over time. Like that series and Gran Turismo are kind of like and Call of Duty, of course. That one's a little more complicated. But you know, Need for Speed and Gran Turismo are two like very staple games of this channel, and of my life. So like those are like the games I've played my entire life, and that I care about a lot. So I'm definitely going to talk about every Need for Speed with time. Whether or not I get to Hot Pursuit 2010 in any sort of, you know, expedience that remains to be seen. I basically decide what video I'm making the week before it comes out. Sometimes. It really does depend, but yeah. So you'll see. I've got a lot in the pipeline right now. Fuck that, I'm restarting that. I'm not gonna do what terrible color filter.
Yeah, we're on him now. He's moving fast.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's not. We're good. The what you call it? Physics in the Seattle version are just like very they're very heavy. They're not even that insane. I feel like you get more insane physics out of the PS2 version. You know, they have that black box jank to them. Nightclub franchise, that one as well. I mean, just in racing games in general, like, I'm gonna spend a lot of time talking about them. If it's a popular racing game, I'm probably gonna talk about it. If it's a really weird niche racing game, that's even more likely, honestly, because I feel like I like drawing attention to and also just like experiencing stuff that isn't so common. So get the chat here. And then to kind of get to that point, what the Arrow was saying, like, there are so many crazy racing games, like interesting, good, bad, just unique stuff out there to play, that, like, I don't really like to dedicate too much time in a row to one or the other. It's why I have not just sat and marathon through all of the Need for Speed games, because, like, I review one, I spent, like, you know, a month of my life, you know, hyper-fixating on this one really big title that's, like, super big big importance to the genre and to the people who, you know, played it growing up, including myself, you know. And then I'm like, okay, I want to, like, cleanse my palate. Fuck! Before I go into another one of those from the same developer, you know? Like, it would be super easy for me to sit here and bang out over the course of a year the entire black box library of reviews, but easy relatively. But at the same time, it's like, do I really want to go straight from Underground 2 into Most Wanted? Keeping in mind those are two, that's a 30-hour game and then a 20-hour game. Do I want to do that with no, you know, experimentation or break? Like, I feel like that would harm, one, it wouldn't be as fun. And by that merit, and also just on itself, it's gonna harm my, you know, opinion of the game. It's gonna change how I look at it. It won't be a fresh perspective on it. And also, like, you know, in a more casual sense, a lot of what I play for reviews and content and everything, that is also my leisure gaming time. Like, that's kind of, like I said, like, my selection of topics is what I want to talk about, but also what I want to play. So it's like, I spend my leisure gaming time on this, and then turn my experience from that leisure gaming time into the work that you guys end up seeing. So, yeah, I don't want to spend necessarily a year straight playing every Need for Speed game in a row. Seeing that Undercover is probably the first true bad Need for Speed. Carbon and First Street were divisive, and handhelds don't really count. I agree with that. Yeah, I can largely agree with that. Rude ass in the comments is gone. Most Wanted 05 or Most Wanted 12. 5 is the better game. Like, that's just full stop. 12 is not a bad game, and we talked about this a lot recently, just because it gets brought up naturally when I was playing Most Wanted 05. It is very obviously Burnout Paradise, but with licensed cars. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I enjoy that about it. But, you know, it does its own thing in some regards. It does some things really well, learns things from Burnout Paradise, and makes some mistakes that Paradise did not. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. It's not something that's, like, as simple as saying, it would have been such a great game if it wasn't called Most Wanted, but, like, should have been called Most Wanted? Probably not, but there's a lot more to it than that, I think. And that's kind kind of comes back to what I've said a lot about, like, you know, Dirt and Project Cars, is that if you name... Why is that... Did y'all... That Porsche was upside down in the roadblock before I got there. Just, like, in place. Interesting.
I'm gonna need more units out here. All available
The helicopter just knocked that over. This game is so polished, man. Yeah, it's something I'll get to at length at some point. Most Wanted 12 is. Though, honestly, when it comes to, like, Criterion and Ghosts Need for Speed games, I think Most Wanted 2012 is probably the least interesting one to talk about. Like, as much as it's a bit of a shit show and really divisive, it has the least amount of interesting or unique things to say about it. Like, Payback is a shit show, and there's a lot to impact there. Heat is a decent game that falls short in, like, ways that I haven't really had time to explore and figure out how to articulate it yet. 2015 is an aesthetic masterpiece, but ruined by just bad design and handling and all that. Rivals is a great game that just suffers from the always online curse. Also, just the tone of things about it don't work. And then Hot Pursuit 2010 is like one of the best arcade racing games of the modern era, so it's really hard to like say that I want to talk about Most Wanted 12. I've not talked about these 4 other games that are infinitely more interesting in their own right. $2,700 Battlefield 4 campaign review. Battlefield 3 is not off the table.
Covered units are code 3 to your position. We can see them just ahead of you.
Battlefield 4 is not off the table, of course, but it's like a... It's not as high on my list. Battlefield 3 is a game I want to talk about at some point, for a lot of reasons. Not really decided what angle yet. But I think that game's story had the potential to be something pretty interesting. If you've read the book, because there was a novel, tie-in novel to that game that made it a lot more interesting, in my opinion. It could have been a really good story if it had been, you know, if it had an actual writer and not COD campaign level stuff. Rivals suffered from a short campaign like a successor of the run. Yeah, but I kind of lumped that into the same boat because yeah, it is a short game to complete, but it was an online focused game, and in like the social aspect was sort of supposed to be the thing about that game that kept it alive for players. And that sounds good on paper to an executive, but like the reality is a lot of people that play those games don't play racing games with friends. Like people's friends don't play racing games, especially when the Xbox One and PS4 were coming out. That was a launch title. People's friends didn't have Xbox Ones yet. I was one of the first people I knew that had one, and I got mine in like the following March. I was like 6 months late to the party. So, cause I got mine in the Titanfall. So my tires are fine. Yeah. I ran over a section, but I'm fine. Yeah, the pausing thing with rivals was a problem. Payback was not a bad game in concept. It's just there's so many problems with execution that just like it's forever marred by, and just the entire the mechanic of the casino slot machine bullshit for the upgrades is just a poisonous mechanic. I'm still looking at the chat. Sorry, I'm catching up. believe the past was golden. Yeah, but something being considered the best era doesn't mean it's above critique. Like, you know, I feel like there's this really sucky mindset in a lot of people's heads when it comes to talking about old games, where unless your video or analysis or review or essay about a game is just sucking it off as, alright, hydraulics on that truck, sucking it off as a flawless masterpiece, like, I can criticize a game that I fucking love. You're gonna criticize games you love more than anything else, I think, actually. So, like, when people say that, like, oh, you fucking hate Underground because of this, because of the Event 95, or oh wow, you think this game is garbage because it's a DS first-person shooter. What did you expect? It's a DS first-person shooter. Like, I'm not saying that the game is valueless or bad. There's criticism that has to. You say so about the Sony fans. Microsoft fans are the exact same way. I received the exact same shit from Sony fans and Microsoft fans. I was told I was making excuses for Gran Turismo 7 in that review by Microsoft fans, while Sony fans said I was a Forza shill. So, like, no, it's not. It's both sides. Everybody can be a baby about internet opinions. Still reading chat. GTA Online is your favorite Knuckle game. It's sad that it's the newest one. Luckily, it is kind of became one. I'm trying to keep up. Am I keeping up with 22 leaks? No, I have not been. I'm sort of just. You know, we've had so many leaks over the years, and I know that some of them might be more legit than others. I'm just incredibly skeptical of whatever is going to come out of it next, just because of the whole situation of them getting pulled off to work on Battlefield. To be honest, Forza and Gran Turismo are shells of their former selves, or kills you inside. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, in terms of Forza. Gran Turismo... 7, yes. The franchise as a whole, I don't know, because I feel like Sport was, yes, a spin-off, a different type of game, but I think that the spirit of Gran Turismo's 1 through 6 was completely wholly alive in Gran Turismo Sport. Just put it through like a competition lens, and I loved that. I loved that game for that. So Forza is a little more complex, I feel, because like 7 was not a great game, but I don't think that the issue was inherently its focus as much as it was just a lack of direction, like a lack of focus, maybe. And it's always been good at being generalized, but I think the physics are also a huge part of it. I didn't like that one, or 7. Was the Half-Life 2 PS3 video port video canceled? No. Whenever I announce something, I've tried to stop myself from announcing things that aren't ready recently. I've been getting better at it because I'm so fucking terrible at finishing video ideas. I lose interest, or something else catches my eye. I shelve it for now. It'll still happen. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting topic. It's just more time and energy than I have for that particular topic at the moment. I have not watched Infinity Train, but I have heard about the cartoon fiasco. That sucks. Yeah. It's just another problem with copyright law and streaming, the vision of streaming services, and not owning the media you consume. Do I have fears for future GTA, or are they too early to tell? I don't know. So, like, they bring things back all the time. They remove features when people are sad they're gone. Nothing as major as what we've lost or gained in 7, but it's like, you know, used car dealership is back. It was gone before. I feel like this is kind of a Gran Turismo 3 type game, where it's like a soft reset. Sport was kind of that, but that's different. It wasn't a full mainline entry. We're losing a lot of the content that the previous title had. Previous title being 6 in this case, just for the sake of, you know, popularity. Alright. But the quality, the bar of quality is up, and over the next few games, it's gonna, you know, get back up there in terms of quantity as well. The problem is tech gonna keep going fast enough that they can't do that? Like, you know, 6 was running a 12-year-old engine, and people were so pissed about some of the 12-year-old content in that game. I don't know if we've gotten to the plateau yet, where is content that they put out in 2017 for Sport still going to be of an acceptable bar of quality in 2029. I think it will be. Personally, I would rather the game not look to be on the cutting edge of 2029, and instead look like the very solid game it looks now. But that's me. I'd rather have all the cars back. But the problem is the mass appeal, you know, it's not the only racing game in the market anymore. Forza is more accessible to PC owners. PC gaming is much larger as a whole. Exclusives are a much smaller factor in people's playtime decisions than ever, I feel at least. I don't know. It's really hard to say because the series patterns are all I have to go by, and those patterns aren't really applicable to the current state of games. Like, Gran Turismo has never existed in a live service format until recently. So...
Patrol members, be advised. Got a code 6 trying to outrun police units. Clear that over to location on your screens now, please.
I ranted about that a lot of stuff, so I apologize if I've missed some chat messages. It's kind of going off the deep end on that one. Is Rivals like Hot Pursuit 2010? Because I think people compare it with Hot Pursuit. Yeah, it's very similar. It's okay. They kind of combined Hot Pursuit 2010 with the pursuit systems of Most Wanted. I guess a modern way to describe it would be like a racing, the closest thing to a racing battle royale that doesn't just use the battle royale format. Like, it makes sense. It's cops and robbers, and you know you can continue out doing, like, you know, ridiculous cool stuff with high risk to get more rewards, or you can slow down and you can try and escape and bank what you've got. It's more like Tarkov, I suppose, in that regard, which is a really funny comparison to make, but
Now moving west. Repeat westbound in the dam. Channel must be kept clear. Officers on the way up to the pursuit call.
I see him. I need all units.
Xbox and PC have a lot of exclusives, yes. Shit. Alright, I'm escape. They have exclusives, sure. PC especially has way more than anybody realizes. The problem is, you know, Sony and Nintendo have the exclusives that Xbox really don't now, and even Xbox's exclusives don't sell consoles. It's really hard to quantify how much exclusives matter now to Microsoft, because they're just on a different strategy. They aren't trying to be, you know, walled garden console experiences. You know, it's not like 20 years ago where if you wanted Halo, you had an Xbox. You can play it on PC. You can play it on your phone. PlayStation owners can play it on their phones and PCs without owning an Xbox or interacting with Microsoft in any other way. It's not an ecosystem where if you owned an Xbox in 05 at launch, you probably played a lot of EA games, and then like Perfect Dark Zero, Project Gotham Racing 3 in 06, and like what else? Crackdown, Halo 3 eventually. I feel like a console owner these days, especially on the Microsoft front, is playing stuff that a much wider variety of stuff than people were 10 years ago. Especially with Game Pass. Just like, you know, sales and like Game Pass, EA Play, Ubisoft Plus, things aren't selling as much as they used to. People will just dip their toes in and try it risk-free without spending any money. So there's not really any, like, massive evergreen titles like Halo 3 anymore that are exclusive. Yeah, I've heard about that mod for Assetto Corsa. I want to check it out. Do I think that Assetto Corsa with Gran Turismo related mods would replace GT7 or Sport for PC users? No. It would have to be something with the structure and rules of Gran Turismo Sport mode. However, that exists, and it's called iRacing. Like, iRacing... GT Sport was just iRacing turned into a console game. That's really what that concept was. So... it exists. In a less simulator serious sense, like for people who aren't, you know, serious about like hardcore physics and competition. Yeah, it really does. Assetto Corsa can't really replace it right now because the multiplayer isn't there. It's there, like it exists, but it's like you can't. I've not been able to play Assetto Corsa with a friend with mods, and that's. Considering how crucial to the experience mods are, that's a hurdle. And you know, I've talked with friends who play the game a lot, and it's like our #1 wish list item for Assetto Corsa 2. That's it is happening, I believe. Is for them to make it like Gary's mod. Let when you connect to a server, download all the mods the other party has installed during the installation, like, or during the connection. So, like, if I join my friend's got the brand new F1 cars, download those right then on the spot. I don't have to go fuck with mods and then join the server after the fact. That's 72. 675. Yeah, so like the content manager stuff, my friend and I just haven't managed to get it working. Yeah, a lot of people are using Xbox's emulation boxes as well. I feel like we're in a post-generation world as well as far as games go, where like people do want next-gen games, but more than because of YouTube, because of, you know, the slower pace of new game releases and development, especially AAA stuff, the lower quality of some of those AAA releases. I think people are hungrier to play old stuff than ever. You know, we're in our second era of this is a more complex thought, and I'm kind of thinking this on the spot. We're on our second era of people who are nostalgic for their childhood video games and games they grew up playing, like in their adolescence and everything. Where the last era was people nostalgic for, you know, N64, NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, stuff like that. PlayStation 1 even. Where it was very easy to emulate pretty early on. The game's file sizes were small and the ROMs could be downloaded and shared This new era, though, it's people nostalgic for the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 era, you know, 6th and 7th gen stuff, which is harder to emulate, much larger in size and scale, often had multiplayer and online components, much harder to remaster and port, as a result of being hard to emulate. Just stuff that, like, stuff that is not nearly as simple to make available on new platforms. And I don't know, it's, don't really know where that thought was going, but it kind of goes to the point of people, like, using brand new consoles to emulate old stuff. I think there's a bigger thirst than anything right now for consoles to be able to play everything, and I think that's what makes the Series X compelling. And, you know, as much as Sony has been winning the last 2 generations because of how hard Dawn fucking Matrix stumbled in 2013, it's like, even among people that own PS5s and, you know... Alright. I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. The average person who buys brand new video games doesn't know anything about video games and doesn't really think too much about their consumption of video games. And making decisions, purchasing decisions, isn't informed. It's really not very informed. And the amount of people who own PS5s that I talk to on a daily basis that are like, don't understand why their PS5 can't play PS3 games, don't understand why controllers don't work across generations, don't understand why they haven't remastered Most Wanted and all that. It's like, you're so close to getting it and being able to be a voice to demand, like, the preservation of video games, but you're not. And that wasn't meant to be, like, a shitting on the owners of PlayStation 5s. I just, like, again, I own one. I'm a bigger fan of the PS5 than the Series X. I don't own a Series X. Mainly out of money reasons. There's not as much reason to own one as someone who does original hardware stuff. But, it's like, I think y'all get what I'm saying. Like, it's just that it's hard for people to understand that what they want is not new, better games. They want to be able to play whatever they want at any point. And they don't understand that's an option. Better car and for the Federals and Undercover, the R35 for the Porsche. The R35 makes a lot more sense. The GT2 does not make sense in this game. I'm mixing up some drafts here, so, I don't remember what Aether SX2 is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure I would if I looked it up, but I just don't recognize the name off the top of my head because I'm brain scattered. Sorry, I'm reading chat while trying to drive. Dwap says they have a PS5 in their house and it's a Warzone and Vanguard machine. I play PS4 games on mine. I play very few new releases on mine. But that's more because there's not much coming out that I want to play brand new. That isn't like an indie game. Before I get into that deeper question from MacMac, someone else said that consoles are for mainstream gamers and casual gamers who just play games. I don't agree with that. I, as someone who likes to own my games physically, will buy a game on console first. Also, just having it be able to work, not have to fuck with it, know I'll be able to render the same quality and, like, consistent performance. You know, the context of playing it on a TV. As good as gaming on TVs has gotten with Steam, like, it's still not nearly as easy as it is to play it on a console. And to record especially. So it's like, I would rather buy it on console and deal with, you know, a slightly lower frame rate or like barely noticeably different graphics. I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077 on PS5 right now, and I'm beyond happy with it. I don't care that it's not as nice looking as the PC version is. I think video game technology evolved, less good games we ever get. Quality animation. I don't think it's impossible for us to reach the same level of quality. It's just that the level of depth and breadth are way harder to achieve. And it's harder to avoid sacrifices. And the average consumer is not nearly as they're not nearly as able to like ignore big controversies or like omissions or flaws in games. And I use those words lightly because of the way that the internet has like changed how people like just shit on games in a echo chamber. You know, people say some of the most uninformed things about every console and game on the planet on the internet because if they just have this narrative to push sometimes, and the average person does buy into that pretty easily. I mean, shit, I've bought into that pretty easily in the past. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, fuck. What racing game now is the most similar to what classic Need for Speed was? Drive Club. There really isn't anything. Everything is open world and customization and super big car list, and there really isn't anything in that same vein anymore. I would wait and find out how God of War Ragnarok runs on PS4. I've heard some pretty mixed things about how Gran Turismo 7 runs on PS4. I'm not sure myself, I've not played it, but I've heard that it runs pretty poorly on 4. So I would see how it runs from reviews and you know, word of mouth, and make a decision then. Later, Salt. I read something about like why someone saying like why they thought Sony won the PS3 generation. Find that Sony only won the PS3 generation when it started outperforming the PC in like late 2012. SNES in North America in '94. It's not quite the same as the SNES in North America situation because you know the Genesis came out 5 years earlier. But wait, no, the SNES was... Sorry, SNES was, came out way earlier. I know that stuff's out there. I was thinking Saturn. Saturn being late. Or Dreamcast being late, my bad. I think it was mostly just that they continued to cater to the hardcore audience. Move was not as big a focus for them as Kinect was for Microsoft. Yeah, PS3 finally got its fucking games. And 360 kind of stopped doing that. Other than Halo and Gears, there wasn't much past 2011. Also, I think because that generation was so long, a lot of people, myself included, started getting the one that they didn't pick. I, you know, bought a 360 or got a 360. I was a child. I didn't buy it myself. I got a 360 early on. And then by like 2012, I was like, alright, who the fuck knows when the PS4 is coming out? I want to play Gran Turismo. Let's buy a PS3. And so I bought a PS3 with like some summer, you know, middle school summer job money. I got that in Gran Turismo 5. And I think that was probably a lot of people. It was just like, hey, this console's taking forever to be replaced. I want to play new stuff. Why don't I just get something else? Blu-ray helped. Blu-ray getting cheaper helped. The PS3 being cheaper helped. And there were always like crazy promos and bundles in the PS3 towards the end there.
All units, the suspect was last seen southbound into the aqueduct. I do have a go to set up on containment. Switch over to channel speed.
I can't remember what year the SNES came out. Was it 90 or 91? That's where my memory and my knowledge starts getting a little fuzzy, because I was a PS1 and forward kid for the most part, other than some very specific emulation stuff, until I was a teenager.
Units are in pursuit of a hit and run suspect, currently westbound corner. This call will be handled on channel 1.
Yeah, we're getting some done. 91. Okay.
Heading westbound, just
So
left.
even then, I don't think that's the same situation though, because that's 2 years difference.
Fuel levels critical. We're just
That's 2 years difference of sales in a time when I don't think it was as hard to get the new systems in terms of like, one, they were cheaper. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that if I was doing inflation calculations. I'm pretty sure, adjusted for inflation, it was cheaper to buy a Genesis than it was to buy, a 360 or PS3. Also, I was gonna say, lost track of thought there for a second.
the quadrant right now.
Oh yeah, that's 2 years of difference in sales. With that higher availability, because 360 had some stock problems early on, and also the failure rate that's a little higher. The SNES was 2 years out from the Genesis, and I don't know. It's a much more different situation, I feel, than it seems on the surface. It's not really comparable to the PS3 situation, in my opinion. Yeah, I cannot imagine paying $600 for a PS3 in 06. But, like, I definitely see what Sony were going for. I do really like the idea of something being, like, a super premium, all-in-one media machine with all of this capability and incredible, like, especially in 06. The amount of stuff that PS3 can do is crazy. And that was kind of, not as big of a deal in 2013 when Microsoft tried it, because streaming was a thing. But in 06 it wasn't, and we all had physical media collections, and Blu-ray was the new format. There was a format war ongoing. Digital cameras were like their own bespoke devices. They weren't your phone. They didn't have casting to your TV. They didn't have high quality television, or cell phone screens. So like being able to put camera SD cards on your TV was a big deal. It's a really cool era of device, in my opinion, and like, I feel like the PS3 was really special early on, for different reasons than the 360, just from nature of focus. Of course, the PS3 didn't do well for reasons that I truly believe had far more to do with the game lineup and the cost than it did with it being a media-focused device. It was really just kind of hubris, more than anything. I think they killed it. Thinking people would pay $500 for a system when they could get both of their competitors' systems for the same price. Yeah, that's insanity. That's dumb. And they had time to correct that. They thought, we just made the PS2. We can do no wrong. Yeah, I also love the original PS3 design. I love the chrome model with its in really clean shape, and I have mine as a B01, so it's the all black, and it looks just so sharp.
situation zone. We got a lot of radio silence.
Yeah, the Red Ring of Death was another big. I think that might have been a bigger element to that whole thing than people were realizing as well. Just like the confidence in buying an Xbox. Even after the Slim, I feel like people that didn't know any better were still afraid of it. Also, yeah, the Wii owner thing is an excellent one as well. Wii owners that were getting a little older or just looking for another game console were buying another system. The PS3 was cheaper, generally, by 2012. Yeah, it's just a very interesting saga with a lot of nuance. I think it's a shame that the system didn't really get a chance to be, like, for more developers to use it to its absolute potential, you know? Because it had a lot of potential underneath the skin once you learned how to develop for it. Yeah, Rocky, it is fast. You know, I'm going 200 in second and fourth gear. Running a fat PC, it's gotta be a PC. Yeah, I'm with that. Like, as much as I love the look and design of them, if you're not getting a backwards compatible one, there's really no reason to have that first gen. I mean, unless you have some very specific need for a fucking SD card or a compact flash reader, which I think does have that, yeah? Unless you have a very specific need for a compact flash card reader, there is no reason to own a fat PS3 unless you get a backwards compatible one. The Slim is better in every way, and looks cooler, in my opinion, than the later ones, without the flap. It's back and forth. They're very different looking devices. I think it looks better than the non-flap ones later on. So they took away the chrome finish and became like a flat gray. The Super Slim is ugly, but man, not having to worry about your drive motor going, like the actual like motor that sucks the disc in out and pushes it out, that must be heaven. Because I got this one, I just had to do the drive-in a couple months ago, and pain in the ass. This is Undercover PS2. Have I played Ridge Racer 3D before? Very briefly. My copy got stolen, so I did not play much of it. But I did have it. I was referring to PS3 Slim, not PS2 Slim. I think it was, yeah, it was 2 HDMI ports and like 4 Ethernet ports or something like that. It was ludicrous. 2 HDMI ports would have been really cool. Yeah, it really is a shame that Ridge Racer Vita was bad. I feel like there's probably more redeeming content. I mean, like the look, it looked a little bit, but isn't it all DLC or something like that? I don't know. I played very little of that game. Yeah, the Slim 360 is the best one. I honestly love the way the original Fat 360 looks way more, though. It's so iconic, and you know, all the special editions were really nice. The Slims had some good special editions too, but in general, I thought the original model looked better. Which one would be the definitive Ridge Racer? There's two eras, and I feel like the two eras can be split up into classic, in which the best or most, like the definitive one is probably R4, and then the second era, in which the definitive one is probably 7. The PSP games I can't speak to, I've not played them. I mean, original revision of the first model 360, but they added it pretty quickly.
Suspect MPA, suspect MPA.
It's very weird that they didn't include it, though, because it was such a forward-thinking console about HD, I feel, and in every regard except for not having a port.
We're going Camp 26. Fuel levels are critical. We're going to have to disengage.
I can't keep up. Repeat, I can't keep up. It's taking off on me.
I don't remember there being a girl on the cover, and it might have been a different region thing. But it could also be that there are, and I'm just misremembering. I've not looked at the R4 cover in a while.
I got a visual on a suspect.
Welcome in, Stuffy.
Send to patrol.
It's a weird first stream to catch, but I appreciate you tuning in.
Units are to clear and head up there now, please. Location on your screen.
Yeah, RR4 was the R4 was the first was the yellow one. But yeah, it's I don't remember the girl on the cover.
Yeah, I'm posting on his wing. Gonna ram it.
I played a lot of Rave Racer a couple months ago in the emulator. I had a lot of fun with it. Oh. Trying to get some extra ones done. This is, I'm in this weird space. Okay, there's about to be more of that in a second. So we should start getting more really quickly.
We got a visual on multiple ground units close.
Ridge Racer's Ace Combat with cars. I don't know if it's an accurate statement for the entire series. I would say that's an accurate statement for our Racing Evolution. Which abuses the AWACS chat, which I didn't point out in my video because I wasn't aware that that was lifted from Ace Combat. But yeah, I have since played Ace Combat 4, and I love that game. Ace Combat 4 was fucking fantastic. 5 is decent. I have not finished it. It was not quite as gripping to me as Ace Combat 4 was, but. I have Zero. Picked up Zero a few months ago. I really want to play that one. console ports of Scud Race and Daytona USA 2? I have no idea at this point. Daytona USA 2 might happen. I don't think Scud Race ever will, because of the car licenses, but maybe. I mean, both of those cars have been in games, so. Is Ace Combat worth playing? Isn't a flying simulator? It's a sim-ish type game. It's not super realistic. It's more arcadey, but with like a sim air. Ace Combat 4 is the one I'd play for your first one, just from what I've heard and what I've experienced with 4, 5, and 7. 4 is, in my opinion, the best one. 7 is also extremely good, though. It's very pretty. What do I think of Euro Truck Sim 2? It's actually, I was watching a video about that a couple days ago. It's an older video. I can't remember who made it, but it was, yeah, about truck sims. Yeah, I've played a fair bit of it here and there. I don't have the dedication to, like, really get into it, but I do enjoy the relaxing, podcasty video game type thing. Maybe one day when I have, like, a proper, like, space, like, enough space for my wheel to be set up in a more comfortable fashion than what I usually do, which is just fly from the desk here. I'll play more ETS. I didn't mean to escape, but... It's a sim kid, Exalt. One thing that really has landed with me as far as Ace Combat goes is I like the idea of marrying like the planes of war are fucking cool aesthetic with hey war's fucked up vibes of the stories. Like I think that's like that lands for me. Just like I love like the aesthetics and like gameplay mechanics of games set in wars, but I don't like the way that some newer games, Call of Duty, like have kind of lost their anti-war edge and have become more advertisements for the military than anything. So it's like a It's a balance I think the game strikes really well, especially in 4. War is bad, planes are rad, thank you. Lethal Skies was 6, yeah? No, this is not the most wanted chatter. It is definitely from Undercover. I don't know if it's the same as the next-gen versions, though. I can't tell. It's not being filtered the same way as the on the next-gen version, I can tell you that much. COD was kind of like that from Modern Warfare 2. It really became... You know, the second they started doing all like the promotions with the U.S. military, it was way like had kind of lost the plot. It was still quite kind of the anti-war message was still kind of there in 2 and 3, but Modern Warfare. But Ghosts Onward, plot was gone. Yeah, the chatter is way less dynamic in this game than it was in the 360 version of this game. I really want to play Electrosphere. I have the translation downloaded on my computer. The only thing is I'm not really sure how to get that running on my PS3 because it's a 3-disc game. 2-disc game, sorry. And how to get that running properly on my PS3. Lethal Skies is what then? No, 7 is Skies Unknown. Is Lethal Skies the PSP game? I don't remember.
We're heading west now. We gotta go. Suspect in VA. They're trying to box them in.
Is COD still in jingoistic wankery mode, or is it diversifying a bit? It seems to change by the year, honestly. Like, Modern Warfare... Lethal Skies doesn't exist? Then what am I thinking of? Lethal Skies was its own thing. Okay. Lethal Skies is a different series, yep. Hi, Little. It's going. Yeah, I've done another 150 tonight. God! I keep running over spike strips immediately. Modern Warfare 19 was a very good game mechanically and graphically, and is completely artistically, like, you know, narratively bankrupt. I'm not really gonna unpack that too much. It's like a very complex political analysis that I would have to like put a lot of thought into to not make an ass of myself. But I would really recommend anyone interested in the story of Modern Warfare 2019, go watch Jacob Geller's video on called "Does Call of Duty Believe in Anything?" That's like a lot of my issue with the game. Kind of summarized right there. Good night, Under 10. Thanks for hanging out. This song has non-stream safe words in it. Thanks, Dead Kennedys.
He's circling the stadium. They moving at high speed.
Yep, Tokyo Street Racer Advance is terrible. Street Racing Syndicate Advance exists. It's okay, actually. Ace Combat Advance is weird. Yeah, that's right. It was called Air Combat here to start out with, and it was like it was a spin-off of that arcade game, so it doesn't really share anything, but they just, you know, use
I need more units out here.
the name. PS1 was a weird area. Weird era.
I see him, I got him. Unit 21 here. Here to assist, I can see him.
Jennifer 9, we're getting off search pattern now.
Tekken Advance is decent. It's actually a pretty good game. I enjoy it. It has nowhere near the depth of the other ones, but it's, you know, fine game. Oh, you're talking about Kill Switch. I had forgot that game had a GBA port. You're right, this is not Racing Simulation 3. This is, you know, I'm not gonna, I don't say this lightly, but Racing Simulation 3 is worse than this.
That target just blew. Target is back.
Art of Fighting. Isn't that series terrible? I've never played any of them, so I don't want to judge it, but I've heard that Art of Fighting is like almost universally a garbage game. Yeah, wasn't there also that one, there were a couple of PS1 games based on Duke Nukem, and one of them, you know, after the last of the games, I think, before forever, of course.
This call will be handled on count 2.
Yeah, it is weird seeing a Koenigsegg in a PS2 game. That's not incorrect. Sense of speed is crazy. It's most of this game is just stupid, like stupid fast. You know, like 350, I think, is what I go at one point. Now I'm steering hard to the right. Count. Yes! That counted for some reason. Sorry, 250, my bad. Not 350. You can do, I think, 300 if you've got enough straight line. I don't know where you would have enough straight line to hit 300. Is Midtown Madness 3 playable yet? In new emulators? I know they've come a long way. I have in fact been updating. I res reading chat. I have been updating the that completed number. Oh, Hank, oh, yeah, I remember you from the old races. Yeah. Welcome back to the chat, man. Ridge Racer 6 slaps. Sneaky one. For all the frame rate and the ridiculously fast speed on a relatively small map, this car is very controllable. RR6 does have a different vibe, though. It's mostly the color filter, but that does a lot. Dirt 4 is good. It's not like Rally. It is a much more arcadey game than Rally is, but it is less arcadey than the mainline Dirt games that came before and after it. It's weird. It shouldn't have been called Dirt 4. It's just a weird, it's a weird title. I enjoy it, though. I like Dirt 4 a lot.
Jet 5-9. We got the southern line of the quadrant. If they try to slip out, you will see it. Dispatch, I got it.
Hi, Ray. Nice greeting, thank you. It's going. We're in full send mode now. We got the save out last time. I don't know when you came through last time, but we have the save out now. We got the Koenigsegg. We got the full ridiculous spawn rate. No, I see it. No, I wanna go fast for a while. I don't feel like trying to save that. You just like, whenever it's over a crest like that, you can't see it, and if it's in front of the cars, you're fucked. That's another side effect of how fucking fast this thing is. It just means that you really don't have much time to react. Like, this is almost, you know, I almost am considering making myself the Viper that I did so much of the main story in. Because, like, I would have time to react to things. This is not Hatebreed. That was, I believe, what was the name of that song? Smoke and Mirrors by Kublai Khan. I knew it was Kublai Khan, I just didn't know the name of the song. Yeah. Kublai Khan's a great band, super unrelated. You should listen to them. They're like hardcore. Yep, this is on a backwards compatible PS3. It's a PS2 game. Yeah, Ray and I have spent a lot of time talking about all the fucking, like, really stupid names of Codemasters video games. We both, like, we love the video games themselves, but just the naming scheme just hurts. It hurts them. And us. Yeah, it's a very funny time for him to come into this chat for when we're having that conversation about Dirt 4. Glad you enjoy the playlist. This is my my big playlist that has fucking everything in it. That's what I threw on tonight. Alright. How many fucking barrel rolls do I do in a single night? Dirt 2, now it's purple. Also, Dirt 2, now there's snow. Because I don't think Dirt 2 had snow, did it? I don't remember any of it. Hi, Sparks. Barrel rolls for purchase? No, that would take me way longer. I've done like 5 tonight, but that would be very difficult to reproduce. Barrel rolls in like Burnout Paradise? Not a bad idea. Barrel rolls in this, I don't trust the physics engine that much. Can't believe this guy took out a block. I've taken down 774 of them. What do you mean? Wreckfest barrel rolls for purchase. I mean, I've wanting to play Wreckfest again. It's been so long since we've done it. It ain't 6 a.m. for me, it's midnight. Favorite arcade racing game? Probably Need for Speed Most Wanted or something like that. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite, like a solid favorite. Arcade racing games, even among the genre, like within the genre, just have so much diversity in terms of like what they are to play and the vibes and the music and everything. Yeah, the traffic cars, it's like Burnout Revenge traffic car physics with like the traffic checks. You can send them flying into police cars and it'll just send police cars flying. Alright. What? So I've done a flat spin, I've done barrel rolls, and now I've been a dreidel. Physics! I'm not even surprised at this point by the physics of this game. It doesn't even take me by surprise, but...
Yeah, vehicles through the roadblock.
Breakdancing, yeah, that's what it is, I suppose.
Units on the code 3 change. Target vehicle was last covered.
I got a visual. All units to my point.
Attention patrol. Got a report of at least one vehicle running from police. Available units are to clear and head up there now, please. Location on your screen.
There's Jeff 59, we're 1023, initiating search.
Maybe this would be an easier challenge than I think.
Stay with him. He's back.
Do barrel rolls all day.
He's back at the stadium.
Smacking us with enough speed and it will happen.
You got any more ground units in the area? He just knocked out the last car.
Need for speed into the club. The pop-in over the horizon is getting ridiculous. Ray, we kind of discovered that the helicopter has a car shadow.
Visual on him any second.
Like, complete with wheels. And between that and the fact that it's a regular arrow on the map and not a helicopter, it makes me think it is just a flying car. And it can knock over pursuit breakers.
Hey, cover units are code 3 to your position. Yeah, we can see him just ahead of you.
So how does the whole roadblock purchase thing work? Anyone that donates, by the link in the description, that donation will be counted towards the overall roadblock pool. That's all there really is to it. You donate, for every dollar donated, I do a roadblock. I want it back on the highway. I didn't mean to get off. Yeah, that was kind of my mindset last week, Rancor. I was gonna turn off the donations for this stream, and then I thought, you know, if someone really wants to make it worse and give me money for the privilege, who am I to tell them no? Roof police cars? Well, I'm sure after the Tri-City PD sees what I've done to their current fleet of vehicles, they'll be campaigning for a higher budget for the next fleet of cars. They'll surely stop me. No, so I just keep driving, working towards it. It's not like the game is injecting them in front of me. The game is naturally putting this many in there. Yeah, the game just has an insane spawn rate.
Dispatch, we just lost all the cover units. Is there anyone else?
I am gonna do, at the end of the stream, I'm gonna tally up how many, but the problem there is I've not kept track of the amount of cars destroyed. Alright, saw some car sex right there. Maybe I could just, like, during the editing, I am gonna make highlights of this. During the editing phase, I'll see how many I have in that bottom right corner with, like, the X, and just tally those up with the retail value. And see how many I've totaled. How much money I've totaled worth. I've been told my number that I used in the undercover video was for an RS, not a regular G3. No! Alright, we got half of lone tire. So let's even it out. Well, the issue isn't how many roadblocks I've dodged, just how many cars did I break. Well, I didn't count that. Find a place to get off so I can hide. Yes, I know how many roadblocks I had dodged. It's a matter of how many cars did I destroy, because it was way more than 538. I've done 20 in this pursuit alone, and I've only done 40 roadblocks, but... yeah, some of those roadblocks had 2 or 3 cars destroyed, so... I have not seen the new CCX. Is it not like one of the modern, like, Jesco or whatever? I guess the Ajero is kind of like the continuum of this game, of this car. At least in my eyes, but... Hey, Patty. How did that see me? The fucking cone of vision is insane. Nope. Hello? First I park my helicopter, then I fuck your bitch. Why is it doing that? Did it just despawn? It did. It was driving on the ground like a regular car. Every time I think the game can't get more broken, like I've seen everything it has to show me, something like that happens. Alrighty. I think that strengthens our theory that the helicopter is just a flying car. Man, that broke my brain a little bit. That was astounding. Cache is causing problems? I don't think it's a matter of cache. I think it's a matter of how much memory the PS2 had available to it. And you know what? Actually, no. I thought about it again. Because they didn't have these problems in the previous games, which were more impressive in almost every regard. It's probably probably just poor resource management more than cache in particular. I have to pee so bad. Please let me escape. Thank God. God! I was in a hiding spot and got spotted. I know it's underneath a bridge in the middle of the fucking road, but like, come on. The face has been revealed longer than that. The face was revealed in the videos I made in 2017. And I've been streaming with the camera for a very long time. Yeah, I've never hidden my face. Hey, Phaeton. I could just pause the game, but that wouldn't be funny. That would be far less funny. Wait, that doesn't count if it is, but... Things are okay, Peyton. I hope you're doing well.
The suspect is headed into the dam for feed. He's trying to lose us in the dam.
Oh, Beatman. So if you're not aware, spike strips in this game don't insta-bust you. They just make your car slow. With the CCX, it's fast enough that I can still go like 200 with pop tires. Or like 150 really. That's a realistic one. Realistic number. Wow, it does make your suspension very shit, though, as evidenced by that. Yeah, the our friend's electric bit was probably my favorite bit I did, of all of my like live action cutaways. That's probably my favorite one. Still.
He's come back, head toward the stadium, guys. He's back in
Please.
the stadium.
Let me go. Oh wait, is this a thing I can go to? Why is there a hiding spot? Is that left over, or is that's not from the? Yeah, that must be left over from Most Wanted. There's no way to get over there. I don't know what that's about. That was 58 more. So that'd be 82, 832. Okay. Quick restroom break. Camera. Hello. Yeah, I ran ads when I went to the bathroom. It's the thing I have a button for. I don't know if it even makes a difference with the streams right now, though, because these things are going to get demonetized anyways. Just from the music. But
Very dangerous.
We love you, Casey.
thank you, Adam. Love you too, buddy. Gonna add 5 more on. Phone on vibrate. Appreciate it. Okay. We are ready to continue. Let's do a different event. Oh, this is, it's Porsches and Lamborghinis? Which one is it? It's Lamborghinis. Okay. I don't know for sure if that's better or worse than the Porsches. The Porsches, I think, are faster. I don't know if it makes a huge difference here. We'll see. The map design is just reskinned Most Wanted with some very stupid edits made here and there. It's reskinned, reorganized Most Wanted. Wow, okay. Hitting the pillars of the gas station knocks the gas station over now. Interesting.
Yeah, he's blasted to the substation. Units use caution.
Yeah, okay. I got him on visual. Code 3.
This is the part, I think, where Sunny's race takes place. PS2 Undercover, it's give and take. There's some things I think are better than the HD version, and things that are worse. There's also just, I don't know. I've never played the HD version, okay? To completion, so. Am I crazy, or are these heavier? They feel heavier than the Porsches.
Clear all units for this call. I'm gonna need some help with this one.
Yeah. That Porsche would've gone flying. Yeah, it's kind of weird for me to like the earlier Heat car to be lighter or heavier than the later Heat car. Otherwise, so this is the case with Most Wanted as well. Now that I think about it, the GTOs are heavier than Corvettes, and I'm pretty sure that's the case in real life as well. In both cases, cars are heavier. So. Don't know this one has the spawn rate of the Heat 5 stuff, though. It's still pretty good, though. All right. Balboni.
Still mobile, minimal damage.
What is the Balboni? I didn't see that. Yeah, the Gallardo was a major shift for the brand in a lot of ways, and I thought the car was cool. I mean, it definitely had its like a permanent mark on exotic cars and just cars in general. I think the pure exotic factor of having the engine behind you in the Gallardo led to. I do not think we'd have the C8 Corvette if not for these cars. I think that counted as a roadblock, which is really funny, but.
He made it through. We're still in pursuit.
God.
Units on the pursuit. Heads up. I got a status update for you. Go with last speed, westbound on Capitol Street. Squadron to be set up for this last known 20.
No, why? Milan. Yeah, the fucking hiding spots don't work. There you go. That's another bug from Most Wanted that made its way over, but 16. I think I'm gonna go to the back to the Porsche event. There's something down with the Porsches. Actually, let's take a change of car. Other way around. The R8 is based on the Gallardo. The Gallardo predates the R8 by like a long time. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is a cover of it that changes the lyrics a bit, but it's still a good version of the song. I think the Viper was a good car for it. Okay, pull time. Got the pull up right now. Picked a car. Viper.
For you, I guess you moved on really easily. You found a new girl and it only took a couple weeks. Remember when you said that you wanted
Yeah, because the R8, I remember, was only a concept by 06 or so. Was it even released officially by the time that Iron Man 1 came out in theaters? I remember he has an R8 in Iron Man 1, but I think it's still the Le Mans concept, I'm not sure. What song was that? What song was that? I wasn't paying attention. Last song was a cover of Kick It by Rabbit Junk. This is Undercover PS2, my friend. Alright, looks like Viper is winning it. Oh, now it's tied.
well, good for you. I guess you're getting everything you want. Got a new car and your career's really taking off. It's like we never even happened, baby. What the fuck?
Alright, 9-11 in the lead.
Good for you. It's like you never even met me. Remember when you swore to God I was the only person who ever got you?
Now it's neck and neck. And the GT2's pulling away a little bit. I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna regret saying it immediately. Viper pulled back ahead. We haven't had any sex robots tonight in the chat. Did I play Test Drive Mode 2? A little bit. I played it a little bit. Not at length. But it's Pitbull Syndicate, and it has about their level of quality. Why? Why do you ask? Someone said, yeah, this is not Misery Business. This is a band called Dreadlight. They're these two girls making good rock music, but they do a lot of covers as well. Viper, it looks like we're doing. Only just. Why do you ask, Ray? That's a very specific question. Alright. The music cue. You can't view the cue. That's not really a thing I can do, but I can show you, in the description of the stream. I think it's still there, right? Look at the description of the stream. There should be, yeah, there's a list at the bottom. That is my last FM. That shows you what's playing right now and previous. Yeah. Yeah, Test Drive Unlimited 2, from what I remember from that game's story, right, is kind of similar. Not good, but similar. Doesn't do it much better. Give me a tall wing. Oh, that's right. It's way bigger head than I think it is. That's fine. I kind of dig that, actually. (2026) F1 regulations. I'm assuming that's like the percentage of hydrogen fuel they have to use. I think that it's an important step for the world and the sport. I don't know what they're saying is going to be good or bad for the sport, because I'm not a mind reader, but I think I have to use a regular stock spoiler. I think V10s are viable in the sense that they think they would sell in a road car. For motorsports, I mean, I don't think it makes sense anymore. Why would you want more cylinders if you could make fewer cylinders do better? Like, only so much power can be useful, you know? Like, F1 is at the point where it's not a race to make the cars more powerful, it's a race to make them more efficient and more reliable. Okay, world map. Why do I think the Viper failed? Did the Viper fail? I don't know if the Viper failed as much as they just, I don't know. I don't think the last generation was as cool as the Corvette. But I do not think the Viper failed as an entire, 4-generation long project. By any stretch.
Attention all PH units. You have a code 6 suspect and this is with me. Now head west. This call will be handled on channel 3. Suspects in a blue Viper.
Channel 59, 1023. We're starting our sweep right now.
Yeah, they really did a decent job, like, replicating what I remember of Undercover PS2, or Undercover 360's handling model, with how oversteery things could be, like, with the way things snapped and how they slid. I think they did a decent job replicating that. I think it feels a little better than the final project because of the, I don't know, some of the physics in this game feel really decent to me. In terms of handling, not the overall physics, you know what I mean? My bad. Yeah. I honestly don't really have that many opinions on motorsport regulations. I think that the race for more efficient racing is important in a lot of ways, especially considering how corporate motorsports really is at the highest levels, and how expensive it is for the companies to keep being able to dump the money and resources into Formula One and similar sports. It needs to remain viable, you know, from a capitalist standpoint of, if this hurts our business, we shouldn't do it. I'm pretty sure that's why Honda is backing out, is because they think that it's hurting their, like, mission for, like, you know, renewable energy and everything. Not that F1 isn't moving in that direction, just, like, it's not moving fast enough compared to what they want to be. I think that really will become a public perception in, you know, 20, 30 years. You know, hydrogen and electric cars have grown enough to the point. I don't know if I'm still getting lens flare, like from the sun, in the tunnel, to the point where being involved in something that uses internal combustion engines is gonna look really bad for a company. But then again, at the same time, I'm saying that, but I feel like maybe once road cars are back to, you know, are renewable and more reliably, like, you know, the larger percentage of them are not using gasoline and fossil fuels, maybe maybe it will become more acceptable to race, you know, fossil fuel cars, because there won't be so many polluting regular roads. Maybe not, though. I would think we have a long way to go in terms of, like, slowing and stopping and reversing climate change than we're ever gonna have a chance to do. So in 2024, Dodge is killing the last performance American sedans and pretty much dead. Are they killing the Charger off? I find that really hard to believe, because the Charger is sucking cells like hotcakes. I see more Chargers than any other vehicle, I swear. Oh, electric Charger? So no, they're not. They're making an electric version of it. And I don't think that they're gonna stop making the gas version anytime soon. That's been announced. I'll eat my words there, but like I don't. That's not the death of the Charger. It's an evolution of the Charger. The problem with the focusing on the batteries is we also have to focus on the infrastructure for the batteries. That's arguably more important.
He's gone. All available units canvassed off by 20.
I've caught up to the Code 6 vehicle, and I'm reinitiating pursuit.
Pop my tire. Yeah, I did. Okay.
Unit down. Request ambulance.
Are you talking about the new Charger, Ray? Have they shown pictures of it? I feel like infrastructure is moving a little bit faster than batteries right now, although I live in a big city, so it's kind of hard to judge that on a global or even at a countrywide scale. You know, there are Tesla supercharger stations at every Wawa, and there's a Wawa every few miles in Jacksonville. So, it's hard to judge where the infrastructure is outside of my city. I want to see the new Dodge 2024 Dodge Charger EV. Wow, that's very cool. I don't hate that at all. I don't think it'll make it to market. Yeah, I do not think it'll look like that when it comes out.
Big party, get me cover.
That the same thing as that there's those Korean concepts that we were looking at somewhat recently that look really cool and square like that. They're very cool. I don't think they're gonna make it to market because of safety testing. Square cars are awful for pedestrian impact tests, and like to the point where I don't think they even pass anywhere. So I don't know. Well, I think trucks are different. That's why the Silverado and like the Hummer can be so square. But yeah, I don't know if that's gonna pass testing regulations for like pedestrian impact. That helicopter just spawned out of thin air. But it is very cool. I'd love to see that come to market. Yeah, unfortunately, just the power of the oil lobby is gonna keep the feet dragging. Electric might seem like a. It's really not though. If the batteries can be sourced responsibly, comparatively to how the whole thing with the Prius was super economically or ecologically, there we go, ecologically bad to create. If we can source the batteries a little more like healthily, I'm trying to find the word here, then no, electric is a good alternative in the short term. Hydrogen is the future, or even nuclear, but don't really know how that will work. Nuclear powered electric is kind of the way, but in my opinion.
Target is back at the stadium. Problem keeping up with him.
Oil is just inherently the most harmful to the planet. Owners aren't happy because they think the Demon or Hellcat are going to discontinue. Okay, cry about it. You went how many years without Chargers? Yeah, you went like 30, 40 years without a Charger? Yeah, cry about it. Well, the cost to maintain is gonna go down as that figures it out. I don't know. I'm not an engineer or an ecologist. Ecologist? I don't even know the word for the person that would make that kind of like educated statement on that. So.
I got a visual on a suspect. He's still running.
All right, physics. Alright, this will be even now and stop steering me in the walls. Beatman, that does not surprise me even a little bit. Knowing that man's taste in most things. Yeah, no shit, futuristic boxy cars are gonna be his jam. I think it looks cool, but like I said, I just have doubts that it'll ever come to market. In that state. It'll be rounded off. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, with multiple different different manufacturers making concepts that are square like that, maybe we'll see something. Maybe they figured it out. Who knows? I hope so. Those new Hyundais look really sick. I like it too. Yeah, I just went for the spikes because the car was already going to the side from one of the tires being popped. Might as well do the rest so I'm not, constantly having to veer right to not slam into things. gonna put a roadblock right there. Where was that roadblock? Are you kidding me? I mean, test name, that's a really nonsensical argument if you know how your car works now, though. It doesn't happen to cars that have over-the-air updates now. Also, your car has a computer, has many computers in it, and has for decades. It hasn't stopped functioning. 3878. Well, that's Tesla. I would not for a moment consider Tesla to be on the cutting edge or even be representative of the best electric cars have to offer. They are poorly designed, unsafe, rushed out of the factory. Teslas suck. I would not use anything Elon Musk says or does to be an indicator of reality. The problem is that it's because it has been around longer than the vast majority of electric cars, and has the profile, the high profile, and like the cult of personality around Musk himself. Just means that it is the easiest one to know things about because it's everywhere. People talk about it constantly. Like, I don't know shit about the Audi e-tron. I didn't know the Audi e-tron existed until a few weeks ago when I saw one in the drive-thru. Like, I don't know anything about them. I don't know how... I know what they look like now. I know that they're electric. I don't know if they're decent vehicles. I don't know how their fuel works. I don't know what the interior of them looks like. I know so much about Teslas and how they work and what they can do because of the internet culture around Tesla. So... And that's kind of the harmful thing about Tesla, is either you see the positive press around Tesla and you become a Tesla stan, and, you know, you are excited about or buy or speak highly of, alright, that car is just crafting into the others before I get there. Buy a car that, you know, has such extreme safety problems and longevity problems and quality control problems. Not the R8 e-tron, it's, it might not be called the e-tron. What's the Audi electric car called? It's an SUV. Or, you see the negative press around Tesla, and if you aren't a car person and you don't know anything about other electric cars, you just, like, you have a negative perception of electric cars and their safety and their plausibility and their build quality, because all you know about electric cars comes from Tesla, which, again, horrible vehicles. So, I don't know. It's like using Kanye West as the bar of all hip hop. It's a cult of personality figure with a lot of really notable things, both good and bad, about them, that don't necessarily represent the rest of the world. Did the e-tron get canceled or something? Like, did they stop making it? Hi, Tanis. Oh, Aston Gate. Okay. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Roadblock Gussy. Thank you. Thank you for making me hear those words tonight.
We just lost the unit. We're gonna need EMS. Yeah, code 6. Off view. Hold
What do I think about brands like Rivian and Lucid? Well, that's the thing. I have never heard of Lucid. I know Rivian almost entirely, if I'm even saying it right, almost entirely because this girl I follow on Twitter, the girl from One Hell of a Town, takes pictures of one pretty frequently. So, like, I don't know anything about those cars. That's the issue. The only one I really know a lot about, other than Tesla, is the Porsche Taycan. Taycan, how do you say it? Those are really fucking cool. But those are different. Those are like luxury sports exotics. So that's not an everyday car that you can buy and drive as a normal person. What Mazda's gonna do? Probably what they've been doing. They are probably gonna continue making their big SUV lineup. They're gonna make a Roadster. Maybe we'll get an RX. Probably not. Yeah, but that's the problem, McLaren. That's exactly what I'm saying, that's the problem.
This is Jet 5-9. We're heading west now. We gotta go.
Oh, camera. Game design. I would like another line of RXs. I feel like they should do a four-door again, and make it a new RX-8. And then also just like an RX-7 to compete with the Supra, or an RX-9. Compete with the Supra. It needs it. The NSX is back. The Supra is back. They haven't yet banned gas cars, but they will be in the future. Another year, 2030. I don't think it's gonna happen. In an ideal world, they could definitely make electric cars the standard, and have like taxes and stuff for people who want, like severe taxes for people who want gas cars or get be grandfathered in. I don't think it's gonna happen because the world, but especially not the United States, and especially not big cities in the United States like California, they are not economically equipped for that. They would have to be. You would have to be able to buy a used electric car for $3,000 and have it be something you could drive every day for that to happen. And that's simply never going to be the case. Not for a long time still. Certainly not in the next 10 years. Because basically, if you were to ban electric cars by 2030, you would be saying that anyone that does not make enough to purchase a new vehicle is no longer allowed to drive. That's not going to happen in the United States. Absolutely not. Megasaw, I'm saying Cali's not economically for the entire population of the country. When your rent is thousands upon thousands, yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the name. Banning gas cars would mean everybody would have to drive electric cars or not drive, and that's not economically possible in America the way things are going. The average person buying a car right now can't buy a car made in the last 10 years. that's gonna be worse 10 years from now the way things are shaping up. So it ain't happening. Yeah, think about it, Testing. If you ban gas cars, everybody has to be able to buy an electric car, and that's not economically possible. What? The sale of gas cars, yeah. But then, what happens in 2037 when gas cars haven't depreciated in value because people that can't afford electric cars have to buy gas cars? Electric cars have their longevity problem if it's not been solved, and new cars still cost a lot of money. Yeah, no, it's not that they're taking away your ability to drive a gas car. It's like, think about the repercussions of banning the sale of new gas vehicles.
I think we gotta try something else. I can't get around him.
If something is like just get another job, yeah, yeah, definitely, that's the answer. The answer definitely isn't to, you know, burn the billionaires responsible for the pollution. But that's the thing, Californian laws are only part of the problem there. It seems to me mostly to be the sort of law that's not gonna happen. It's gonna get struck down or repealed or canceled before it ever goes into effect. It seems more like a statement of intent to greenify the state in the very I'm trying to figure out how to say what I'm trying to say in a way that can't be misinterpreted. There is a certain kind of state government that wishes to hurtle the planet towards extinction. Florida. There is a opposite end of the coin, of the same coin, type of state government who wants to pretend to save the planet while still hurtling us towards extinction in their own interests. California. It is the same type of person wearing a different hat. And I don't believe for a second that the Californian state government, like the people that made that law, think it's possible. We're straying into a new, yeah, cash for clunkers. That's a very good point and analogy for this. We're straying into a territory that I'm not really sure we want to go down, but you get what I'm saying, though, I think. It's not happening.
Dispatch, we got a bad hit on a traffic car. Get EMS rolling, send it 20 now.
Both are the state of virtue signalings, just the opposite virtues. That gets used as a dirty word, but it's literally just all of the state of American politics. And it's why this problem won't be solved for a very long time, if ever. Smaller car engines are a good start. I think the biggest issue is just smaller cars as a whole. Like, why do we, as everybody, need to have the largest fucking vehicle on the planet? I don't know what it could possibly take to get people to stop buying pickup trucks to use as Honda Civics that are big and are loud. Because that's all they are, the vast majority of purchasers. Yet the Ford F-150 is still the best-selling car year after year. No, we haven't. We're not past the point of no return. But also, like, there's no return, and then there's making things worse. So even if that was the case, or is the case, depending on what expert you ask, by what study, whatever, like, my leg is bleeding really bad. Let's shoot myself in the other leg repeatedly. That's... Like, these arguments aren't thought through in the slightest. Yeah, experts. See, trust me, you're doing exactly what I said you were doing. You're just pulling random studies that you remember reading the headline of, and quoting that and saying, "See, it's too late." Not thinking about who wrote it, what the actual point is, and what the study actually found beyond what the clickbait headline told you it found. I don't really want this to continue this discussion line too much further, but an important piece of advice that goes for anything when it comes to like expert studies and research is that you need to vet your own research, and you need to know who funds the studies that you see on the news that are touted as fact. An example of this is much of commonly accepted knowledge on what humans need in their diet, and like how much of what nutrients humans need in their diet was funded by meat and dairy industries to sell you more meat and protein. And that is the case in just about every aspect of every field of science. There are studies that conflict with each other, and there are people on both sides with agendas to push. So you need to be your own person when interpreting that information instead of reading headlines. 922? Yeah? 923. Anyways, let's get into more fun topics. I spend enough time thinking about the collapse of civilization on an everyday basis. I would like to play video games and not think about it. Am I blind? Ah, yes I am. Okay. New racing game I'm excited about. We were talking a little bit about the NFS22 rumors earlier. I don't really know what other racing games are happening. I don't know what else is coming out. I am suspecting there's going to be new Codemaster stuff announced soon. For one thing, we're due a new Project Cars. We're due a new Dirt. So I'm sure pretty soon here there's gonna be new announcements. I am excited for the new Forza, and you know we talked about that in the Shambles chat a little bit, but we really hope that one is. I'm really hoping that there are a lot of improvements made with Forza 8, and that it becomes a very like solid game. And I want it to run well on PC so I can play it with people in Shambles. Best Forza? Motorsport 4 is my favorite. Horizon 2 is a close second. I've been wanting to plug my Series S back in and experience Horizon 5 a year in, since I've not touched it much. Probably Rally 3, you're right. I've seen them rebrand their Twitter and all their, like, real-life stuff, like the real-life motorsport, teams into EA Sports Rally, and I think they might finally do something logical and, make their Sim series not called Dirt. So yeah, I'd like to see that happen. Why would you want to LS swap an R34?
Hold for Michael. Okay, there he is. Okay,
I think I'll just throw off the balance of the car really bad. Recreation. Is that a different group of ex-burnout devs? Ah! Good save. Oh, there's gonna be a new WRC. Okay. I didn't know they had the license for that now. Interesting. I was gonna say, I know Dangerous Driving 2 is, like, in weird limbo now that it has a publisher. Is that the same ex-Burnout devs, or no? Oh no! Shit! Oh, Dangerous Drive 2 is recreation? I've not heard that information. Is it, Did they just announce that new information? I haven't heard of recreation before now. I remember recently seeing a video that was like, where is Dangerous Driving 2? But
I got no visual. I would say it's about 10:23 of last night.
you should try the weak-ass car. It's gonna take a long time. S12. Yeah. I mean, I'm down with that. There's room for it. Oh, my friend sent me one the other day that was a new, reminded me of like it was a rhythm game Trackmania type deal. I cannot remember what it was called to save my life. Physics. How long do we get to protect? Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, it might actually not take that much longer. It really depends. I would have to do some testing. Because the spawn rate is one thing to consider. But if I'm moving slower, will it spawn them just closer together, but at the same time? Like the same, like, amount of, like, time cost? Or is it gonna... I think that's what's happening right now. Or is there, like, a minimum distance they can be from each other? I don't know. The benefit of slower cars and why I sort of switched to the Viper is because, it's that if I see a spike strip, if I'm going slower, I have more time to avoid it. I don't have to just limp the car around. I can just, you know, the car drives slower, so I'll have more time to react. Narrow dodge there while not looking where I was going.
Yeah, he got through. Yeah, he's through. He's still mobile. Yeah, we're on him now. He's moving fast.
Stupid how fast this thing goes, man.
Alright guys, it's getting kind of busy here. Fall back until traffic's there.
I'd heard about Dangerous Driving 1 way back when. Yeah, it seems like a bit of a mess overall. I've not played it yet, so I'm not gonna do that, but I've heard very little of what I've heard has not been promising.
Rolling MS now. Unit down. Repeat. Unit is down. 1042. Block him. I'm coming around.
At what point do the benefits of a slow car evaporate? That's what I'm wondering. You know, if I drive like a stock RX-8, is it gonna be better or worse? Is it gonna spawn as many roadblocks, or is it just gonna be... I feel like that might be a little bit too slow. Like I feel like it has to go a certain distance before it spawns another roadblock. I don't know.
There's Jenna 5-9. We're covering it.
He's at the stadium. Repeat. He's at the... Alright, get on him. Take him down. Take him down. The negative on the stop. Back on him. He went right through the block. Clear all units for this call. Need help with this one. Hey, all my cover is gone. Can you start anyone else up? 9-9, same side. Going up on it. He went right by he just went right by the spikes. He didn't hit him.
With the recent updates to GT7, I have not really touched the game recently. I did play a race a couple weeks ago, like very late at night, but I've not touched the game other than that.
We're going up to code 6.
So I don't really know. I've heard they did the unranked playlist, the one unranked playlist, which I think is a benefit to the game. I don't like that they took away a ranked daily race for that. one of my criticisms I had written about, and like my suggestions for fixing the slightly nightmarish daily race system was to include unranked races. I didn't mean to replace one of the very few, very narrow options that the ranked races had with that. I meant to add them on. So I feel mixed about it. I don't know though. I've not been playing enough. I feel like sport mode is its own beast that needs to be like experienced a lot before you can really start evaluating it. That's why I don't really talk about it much in my video about P7, is that I've not had time or desire to play competitive multiplayer. But I see they've added new cars. I see they've added new menu books, which will be very much needed. So, good on them, I guess. It's not enough for me to come back just yet, but maybe soon. I could try the Cayman, but then the problem is that I'm almost that I'm running in this save. I only had so much cash in the bank, and I've used it on this Viper. And you can't sell cars in this game. That's an important notice.
There's no change. Suspect is still running. Pursuit's still running after him. There he is, I see him. Dispatch, we lost those cover units.
Getting into that flow.
Driver's back through the dam, trying to stay with it. Cover units are
I am playing on a real console.
We can see him just ahead of you. Dispatch, I think I got a visual. Wide open. I'm gonna wipe him out. Dispatch, my PC's got heavy damage. I just been T-boned.
They are definitely going to add that in the future, if I had to take a wild guess. I don't see in a universe in which they don't add it on like a different sport, but I don't know, maybe they won't. It seems like a no-brainer to me, but a lot of things seem like no-brainers that Blizzard just refuse to do so. As for crossplay, so, alright, just Lightning McQueen that bitch. They are adding crossplay in an update with F122. As I'm assuming what's happening. It's not there in the base release, like day one release, but the logos are in there to show what platform people are playing on whenever you are online. Like whenever we're online, it shows us all as being Steam players, which is just like a telltale sign that there's gonna be cross-plat in the future. Yeah, I mean, this is a downloaded save file. I could theoretically just put it on the console again on the memory card and use whatever car I wanted, but I'm happy with what I'm using.
Looks like I just lost everyone. Give me more cover, dispatch.
Finally got my fucking tires popped. just spawn a truck right in front of you, don't you? Get off the highway and lose them. AI are brain dead, they don't try and box you in at all. Yeah, you can go really quickly without tires. Not nearly as, it's stupid how fast everything in this game is. The kind of point there is that like the Viper is just ridiculous. The Viper is like a fully maxed out, like a late game car, and it's like midway through the story you gotta. I don't know if GT's gonna come to PC. I feel like it should or would, but who knows. A lot of Sony's exclusives are coming to PC now, so I can't imagine they wouldn't do it, but who knows. Did the summer break make me think worse than Ferrari this season? Nothing could really make me think worse than Ferrari than what they've been doing in the races. I'm a fan, you know, I like the Ferrari a lot. I've driven for Ferrari in 2 seasons of Shambles. I want to see them win. It's just so frustrating to watch them make stupid rookie mistakes recently. I know it's been a problem for years, but this season it's just they have a winning car. They have the best car on the grid and they're squandering it. 43 more. I've not heard that band, Suffy. Alright, I'm gonna do another restroom break and run ads real quick. I'll be right back. Ugh. Hi. I am back. Let me put them in a new tab. So I can look at them later. I have apparently, nope, I've never scrabbled them, so yeah, I've never listened to them. But they are on my list now. Things to check out. I have received a Pop-Tart. I really wasn't into the sport or like knowledgeable enough about the sport at the time to like really judge the battle strategies. As I understand it, there was some stuff like that, but
Palm Harbor, be advised. Wanted suspect is fleeing police in high-speed pursuit. Right now, heavy to the stadium. Just call Channel 4, please. Suspect's in a blue Viper.
Roll EMS now. Roll EMS now. Unit dead. Repeat. Unit down.
He's tearing up the courthouse plaza.
I didn't do that. Okay.
Bailing on the chase. The fuel lights are flashing.
Driving and hurting. Bad news. This is the last Firstborn by Cell Dweller. The banger. His best album. One of my better songs off the album.
I need EMS in my 20 now. Got major damage here.
Alright, McLaren. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you in next time. I don't think it counted the one I just jumped over. Did it? It did. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the replay. It did.
Okay, slow down so we can, clear the area. He's back through the block. All the way to a roadblock to Target's back at the law course here.
Yeah, this game is traffic way nothing.
Dispatch, 1033,
Launch them. I was saying this someone earlier. It's like the traffic checks in Burnout Revenge. I feel like.
I'm gonna nail it. I'm gonna nail it now. Drop back now.
The busted meter in this game is ridiculously slow in general. It's why this challenge is such a viable thing to do, is because it's basically impossible to get busted. In slow cars without torque, it's somewhat easy to get busted, but like once you're in something that's even remotely fast or powerful, no, it's not possible really.
Fuel level's critical. We're disengaging and going 1026.
I can't see, I can't see, I can't see.
Hold on. He just punched in the side of my cruiser. He crashed the car. I'm moving in.
Makes you want a Burnout game that plays like a black box one. I don't know how like compatible those things would be.
He's back around through the courthouse plaza again.
The amount of grip that you had in black box games mixed with the weight of the cars is what made them feel so unique, I feel. And I don't think anyone has ever replicated that, really. Like, early Forza Horizon was too heavy. Burnout is too light. Early game heat felt like driving a bus compared. Yep, the cars are so heavy. Oh no, I didn't see the spikes. Did I get him? Yeah, I got him. Okay.
Suspect has rammed us. I got a unit out. We lost a vehicle.
Yeah, early game Carbon felt really good in my opinion. Ah, shit, I dumped fucking Pop-Tart crumbs. I'll back to this race after the stream. Oh shit! I do not play instruments. I want to, but I lost all my skills from childhood. Throughout childhood, I played violin, cello, and guitar at different points. Stuck with none of them. I really wish I stuck with any of them, though. Or at least remembered anything about, like, the musical, like, theory or, just even reading notes. I want to make electronic music. I used to like industrial stuff, but I don't really know how. Getting started is so daunting. One of these days I'll do it though. I'll have the inspiration. I think my biggest thing though with like the Ghost Need for Speeds is that they never really felt like the cars had the power. They always felt very slow, even the faster cars. And the handling always felt weird. And Grid, I feel like it's not quite the focus on like some amount of precision because just naturally track racing makes it not quite the same to me. But I have barely played Grid Legends. I want to go back and play more, but yeah, the wobbly wheels are very funny.
Suspect is headed into the dam. Repeat, he's trying to lose us in the dam.
Yeah, it's not too late to learn. It's just, knowing where to start is the biggest thing for me when it comes to making music. I've gotten some advice from people that I know and people I don't know, and it's just like, I know I just gotta do it. Just having the spark to do it sometimes is hard. One of the many hobbies I would love to explore further. But you got so much time and so many hobbies, you know? This is a much slower pursuit than the last one was.
Chase, guys. We lost the target vehicle. Repeat. Suspect is gone. Let's get a search on him.
No, why?
Attention, Sunset District. Hit and run suspect is attempting to evade police. Right now, head north on 3rd Avenue. This call will be handled on Channel 4.
I've not played Unite. I've heard that makes the game a lot better, but I don't know. I've never finished Heat in its vanilla form. It is kind of bonkers to me that Heat is now 3 years old. The career mode, as in like not the story, but like there's like a season mode. That could be cool. It does sound cool, Stuffy. Stuffy. That's just like, where are those hours coming from? Maybe when I'm moved and settled and I'm a little bit less tight on time. Because at the moment I'm just so tight on time all the time. Multiple 2-hour sleep nights this past week, which suck, but I am feeling at least safe, and that is worth it. Yeah, so we got a little bit of time to go. Probably another 45 minutes or so.
Got an opening. I'm taking him out.
Dispatch, weakness lost all the cover units. Is there anyone else?
That's a high honor, Saul. Sleeping to streams and YouTube videos is like something I've done since I was like a teenager, like a young teenager. But it's so cozy. Even when I lived with a partner, and like, you know, the partner didn't want like a TV on at night, the light bothered them. I would sleep with an earpod in so I could listen to YouTube videos. So cozy. Okay. One lot though. That's the thing. Yaman Break fucks. It's so good. So like, sure. I will gladly listen to more music with Yaman Break in it. But yeah, 2-hour sleep nights this past week. I just had deadlines and stuff, and you know, work shifts, and some amount of desire to like also enjoy myself, at least a little bit at the end of the day. So. But hopefully less of those shortly here.
Okay, dispatch, 1070, code 3, gas pump's going up. Be moving now. Dispatch, he's taking us back to the dam. Fall back, I'm taking him out.
No. Impolite. See, I'm so desensitized to the physics bullshit I don't even remember the kickflip that you're saying happened. Showing your 5-year-old the stream? I appreciate the kind words. I'm not sure that's a good decision. I'm flattered, but I be saying the fuck word a lot. I don't know how you feel about that.
Suspect located. We got him here.
That's interesting. I've never actually heard of that instrument. That's a cool prospect. I don't know if you're from the Middle East or like where that instrument's like from, or if it's something you picked up. That's interesting. I love when like punk and hardcore and stuff like that implement like strange or just like instruments that don't really show up in those genres very often. Like there's a song from Rabbit Junk that uses a lot of accordion, and that's sick. I know of a hardcore punk band that the lead singer he also plays the electric banjo. Electric banjo makes a very good punk guitar, if you were wondering. Yeah, this song is really good. This is probably, of the new Health stuff, this is probably the best song. And you know, I really loved the 9 Inch Nails song. I loved the one with The Neighborhood was really good. The one with Street Sex I loved. At least I love both of those bands. But the Lamb of God collab, by far the best track on the new album. '90s Need for Speed soundtracks were all the best, man. High stakes. Yeah, genre bending is the best. It's the best. Like, almost everything I listen to is a bastardization of either metal or industrial in some direction, or hardcore. Sometimes all of them. A friend showed me this 90s industrial, or 80s and 90s, industrial hip-hop band called Consolidated that are just beyond based. And they sound really good. They're not really stream-friendly, partially because of how, like, staunchly political it is, and, like, on the nose about that is, but also because their sound of them is just like a lot of samples of like news broadcasts and just like spoken word over the beat. So not really stream material, but I recommend Consolidated if anyone's interested in checking something like that out. Deaf Heaven is a band that I've not really listened to. I have been curious about it. I've listened to Sunbather a couple times, like everybody has, but I don't really know it. I wouldn't say I remember much of it. I've liked what I've listened to. It's just like one of those genres that I don't know if I have the attention span for. I tend to like stuff that is, you know, regardless of genre. Like, part of why I like industrial rock so much is that it's very, despite being way out of the realm of, like, you know, normal contemporary music, it still, like, uses very song-like, like catchy and, like, danceable, patterns and structures and such. And post-rock and like death gaze, or whatever you want to call it, death heaven, it's a little bit harder for me to get into. Hello, Gabe. Thanks for popping in. Good to hear from you. My favorite Health album. Hard question. They're so different. They're all so different. Slaves of Fear is the one that got me into them because I found it when it was new. I like Get Color a lot, but like I really only go back to like Death Plus and obviously Die Slow. But that one's a really good record. Disco 4 is just both sides of it are just incredible. But again, is it an album? It's like it's honestly more of like a mixtape at this point. But I don't know. I just like the band a lot and everything about their style. The remixes are all good. The collabs are all good. That was some physics we just did. I was talking about SingStar with some friends earlier and some customers. I bought some SingStar mics a few months ago. I have them in the drawer next to me. God, maybe that should have been a stretch goal. I'll play SingStar on stream. Do all like the old new metal shit on Rock Band with the vocals. What did you... I can't even read that, it's so small. Thank you, Gabe. And there's 20 more roadblocks I have to do. Math. 2612. Well, we've already crossed 2600. If someone donated me $10,000, I'm obligated, right? Like, I have to. I don't know. It's not gonna happen. Oh, did you say the word "come" repeatedly? Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I don't have that explicitly censored. I thought I only had, like, slurs censored, but I guess it censors the word "come." Hi, Lennon. Alright, stretch goal. That last song was... It's just playing Health now. That last song was Judgment Night by Health and Ghostmane. I would kill you, but also, like... I would do it. I would do the roadblocks. Yeah, I'd probably leave the room for the next 3 days, too. I'd probably have a fucking heart attack. Stretch goals. People are asking for them. Song request? Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Gabe. If you want, you can send it to me on Facebook or Twitter or something, and I can just find it pulled up that way. So I know you. Yeah, this is all Spotify, so. Oh, hello, Lennon. Thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you like the stuff. Yeah, this is the funny thing is this is a shuffle that was made however many hours ago.
We're now eastbound near Palm Harbor Stadium.
I want people to suggest the 2750. I don't think we're gonna get to it, in any sort of, like, short term. So, if someone wants to make some suggestions for it. What were the physics going on? Did anyone see that Porsche just, like, fucking moonwalking? Got it? No? Okay, we got it. "100% speed run? I've never beaten Burnout Paradise, period. You're out of your mind." I haven't wanted to go back and play the game, though, in general. I started it a few weeks ago on PS4, but I don't know if I'm gonna keep that up. I might switch to PC, because I have friends that want to play it together. You know, funny enough, I did, in fact, listen to the new battle tapes. A friend and I were talking about them, and he said he thought they were on hiatus, and I looked them up on Tidal, which I was using at the time. I've switched back since, and they had put out a song the day before. So yeah, I did hear it. It was decent. I'm not the biggest battle tapes fan on the earth, but they're pretty decent. I should do some more tries when I'm in the mood for that kind of music. Burnout Paradise video at 2750? See, I'm hesitant to commit to, like, big retrospectives like that, because if I was gonna make a video on it, it's gonna be, like, a proper retrospective. And I don't want to commit to another big retrospective when I've got so much on the plate. You know, this isn't that I'm not saying I don't want to make one. I'm nervous about saying, yeah, I'll do this big retrospective project when I've got 17 in fucking progress already. And you know, don't want to, like, put off or, like, disappoint people. You know, I've already said I would make that a fucking most wanted DS one, which is a more manageable thing. What is this? Secret band, delete the believer. Queued. And Silver Bullet by Hawthorne Heights. Sure. Why not? A community day would be cool, though. That could be an option. Does Burnout Paradise make more sense, or does Most Wanted 2012? Probably Burnout, right? I guess Burnout came out more, like, the remaster more recently. We wouldn't have to use, you probably still have to use Origin, I think, but that's already just happening, Sparks. Like, I'm already just, like, kind of gathering footage for that. Could I comment on a game for mobile, like, Java phones? Is there a game you found called Wolf Moon? I've not heard of Wolf Moon, but I have, like, I want to do Java games at some point. There's, like, some in particular that I want to do. I want to do the Call of Duty ones really bad. The problem is that Java emulation is like DOS simulation, and that there's a lot of variables to fuck up. Yeah, why not? I'll make the 2750 a Burnout Paradise Community Day. Why not? I think the new metal karaoke, if I did that, I'm thinking about it now. I put it on there, but I would really have to, like, figure out somewhere to do it that wasn't my home. Because, unless I live in a house next, I don't know where I'm going next yet. It's still, it's still like a in the works thing. But if I am in an apartment, I don't know if I can do new metal karaoke justice. I wonder if my boss would let me do it from the store or something, like after hours. Get some friends in on the guitar and do some rock band karaoke.
Dispatch, I'm gonna need more cover. I lost everyone.
We got the signature Gabe math rock going on. Honestly, if we can get like sometime that we get a drum set in. I don't know if anybody has a drum set out of the coworkers, but if someone's got a drum set for Rock Band or Guitar Hero, we get them all together. We do a Guitar Hero and Rock Band karaoke night for a stream. Also, just to hang out like another time outside of it. But like that would be a solution for this stretch goal. Would be to do it like at the store or something where we can just fucking be loud about it in the middle of the night.
I'm pushing him over. I'm gonna pin him.
Is it the same members, or are you being hyperbolic, or is it the same members? I do hear the Fall of Troy. This game is Bootleg Most Wanted Emron. It is very much that. This is the most wanted map. That is a possible solution. That's a possible solution, Gabe. I have to go sit in my car somewhere and try to figure out how to do new metal screams without destroying my throat. Give it up for roadblock number 100. See, I'm just like, I'm just naturally conscious of making too much noise when I'm being loud. So like, I'm just like scared of either being too loud and annoying someone, being too loud and embarrassing myself, or hurting my voice. When I first got really, really into that band Kublai Khan, trying to like scream along with that shit in the car, I was like, I'm gonna fucking hurt myself. This dude sounds like he cuts the filters off his fucking cigarettes. If you donated $5,000, yeah, I'd review whatever the fuck you wanted me to. Let's go to an escape. I won't say I would review it necessarily to your specifications, but I'd make a video on it. I am not above bribery. This is not what I expected Hawthorne Heights to sound like. This band is in Burnout Paradise, aren't they? I've recognized them. There's like the vocalist. I don't think it's actually gonna happen. I can't imagine anyone being willing to throw that much money at my dumbass, but never say never. I mean, you did some, so you did something not terribly off in the realm of insanity. So, Barbie Horse Adventure. I mean, fuck, that's not even that bad. I think the worst thing you could do is make me review something boring. Or like something like Dark Souls, or if it had to be like an actual review of Dark Souls. I could do a Dark Souls video, no problem. Like, I've half written one before about Dark Souls 1, but I just like, you know? They do sound like brand new a little bit, so I can see how I would have made that mistake. 109 added on. We're over the 1,000 mark. That's 1,087. What qualifies as boring to me? Making me review FIFA or like Madden would be pretty boring. Not that the games themselves are not fun if you're into football or football, but you know, it's like, what do you say about Madden? Like, that hasn't, it's just like such an incredibly basic thing to talk about or review. It's like the reviews that big companies do on games like Madden and FIFA are just completely out of obligation and nothing else, not desire or like having anything to say about the game. It's almost like for naught at this point, because no one reads those reviews to decide whether or not they buy. The worst port I've played was probably Call of Duty for the N-Gage. In terms of like, I never want to play this again. It wasn't like that it was irredeemable or anything. The run for the Wii is probably the most irredeemable one. Dark Souls 1, I feel like, to me, talking about its world divorced from lore and knowledge from the other games and, like, the guidebook and all that would be the way I would tackle that topic. I don't really know what I would say. You know, I wrote a little bit about Anne Orlando. So I think, for me, the highlight... I never finished Dark Souls 1. I got pretty far in. Ow. But, Dark Souls 1, my favorite part of what I played of it, which is probably, like, the first 3/4, was, shit. In Orlando. That's, like, the best part of the game to me. It's just such an incredible looking place, and just picking up little bits and pieces of its backstory through the game. Just like they made it. It is the first time in a long time, and I hate this. understand that I played Dark Souls 1 for the first time, as in past the first hour or so. I played it for the first time this year. So it's the first time in a long time that a game world has just... an area in a game world has filled me with such, like, wonder and just like, wow, this is fucking incredible. This place is fascinating. Yeah.
Code 6, still mobile. Maintain pursuit.
EA Sports Big as an entire, like, wow, that helicopter knocked that sign over onto all the roadblock. EA Sports Big games as an entire topic have been a video concept for a long time. It's just, like, the scope of something like that to make the video I want to make is a lot. But it'll happen. In some form. Fuck! EA Sports. Big!
Cover units, listen up. Attention all PA units. One is suspect complete. On the Ocean Freeway.
Any favorite 3 Days Grace songs is a question I just saw. I don't know. I listened to them when I was in, like, middle school and not past that. I remember Not Too Late, when it was on the radio, was, like, a big thing for me. 'Cause I was 4th grade and that song just sounded really good. I think it's a good sounding song. You know, I don't listen to them now. I'll be complaining about that, but The Good Life was decent. Yeah, just a lot of their singles and, like, radio stuff. I listened to when I was in middle school. There was one song I realized I knew by them that I didn't know was them recently. The idea of reviewing every EA Sports Big game has already been started by Game Day. Check out the NBA Street one. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be an in-depth review on every game. It was more just like an overview of what the entirety of EA Sports Big was, and like what happened to it, why it went away, and there's like that weird post EA Sports Big, but still very much in extreme sports obsession. Like SSX reboot, FIFA Street reboot, NFL Tour was EA. I don't think that was EA Sports Big. It might have been. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Stuff that definitely like is an EA Sports Big title, but doesn't have the name because they discontinued it. Yeah, it's a video topic I've been playing with for a couple years now, like legitimately a couple years, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Shocks is really fucking cool. Yeah, I'm just really hesitant to turn. Yeah, the heli has a car shadow. The heli also drives like a car on the road sometimes. It's the helicopter is a flying car. I've kind of determined. And I think that's because they couldn't program the helicopter to work on this map, so they just used the car AI.
Update when you can out there. Stay for a while.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to like make video topics into series before I even start them because like I tend to not get back to things for a while. You know, like my Road Rash retrospective part 1 came out in 2020 and I've not started the second part yet. And there's like some street ball elements in like 2K's like online stuff. At least from what I remember last time I played a game, which was a while ago. I think 2K18 or 19. I think it was 2K18. Because I bought it for my Switch in early 2018, so I don't think 19 is out yet. Shit. It spawned a helicopter right in front of me! That's horse shit! I appreciate you, Saul. I think you might be a few minutes behind on the VOD.
That gas station's going up. We got a major fire down there.
Yep, I know that feeling. I remember that feeling from when I bought my fucking Razer laptop a couple years ago.
Okay, get out of my way. I'm gonna spin him.
Where is song coming from? Hold on. Does anybody else? Spotify was playing 2 songs just now. Huh? It's still coming through the track. I've paused the music. It's playing Nail Bomb, but it was showing and playing Hail Mary by Unity at the same time. And so I've paused it, and it's still playing Nail Bomb? Like, hold on. I'm gonna press play. Right now it's not playing anything. And now it's playing 2 songs. I don't have a tab to Spotify. I have the desktop app. And I know it's the desktop app playing it because it's coming through the virtual audio cable I have set up for Spotify. Bizarre. I'm gonna close Spotify real quick. And the Spotify icon is not in my tray. I am on a roll tonight. Spotify isn't running! What? Spotify.exe is not running. But it is objectively coming through the Spotify channel on my... Oh. Alright, I figured it out. I figured out what happened. So I didn't uninstall Tidal when I switched back from Tidal to Spotify. And I pressed to skip that last song. I pressed the media keys on my keyboard and they weren't working. And what that ended up doing playing the song on Tidal and not doing anything on Spotify because Tidal was taking command of those keys. Yeah. Remember said something about highlights? Yeah, it's definitely going to be highlights. For this stream. I don't know if I'm gonna do them until I finish it though, provided that ever happens.
Can we drop him in there? We got him here. Yeah, we got him. Suspect is totaled a civilian vehicle. Get EMS on scene ASAP.
This car becomes just so wobbly with the tires popped. Not even like loose, just wobbly. Any sort of hill, it just like tips. Best NFS game license plate? I don't know. Most wanted in Carbon or Classic. I don't really have an opinion on that though. Hot Pursuit 2s are alright as well. I miss back when they used to say your name. Later, Bumlock. Good to hear from you. Or Bumlow. I don't know. I'm realizing now I might have been saying your name very wrong this entire time. How did I remove the bots? I don't know. I didn't do anything. They just haven't been showing up today.
I'm on my own here. I need more cover at my 20.
Head your way now. Can anyone advise on tactics? I'm following right behind him.
I don't remember Need for Speed 2's license plates at all. Need for Speed 2 is probably the one I've played the least of as an adult. I didn't play the original as a kid at all, so, you know, I probably played the least out of 2 out of any of the others. And that might include, like, the ports and, like, that kind of stuff. Mika! What's good, man? Meowdy. Later. Appreciate you.
Attention Palm Harbor District. Units are in pursuit of a hit-and-run suspect currently westbound on Crossroads Expressway. This call is Channel 3 now.
Let's bank the 50. Need for Speed.
Units join.
Come on.
very dangerous.
Question. Can a quirked up white boy, with a little bit of swag, who busts it down sexual style be considered goated with the sauce?
Thank you. Not gonna lie, I thought the camera was off the whole time. I fucked up, but it's okay. We can continue. This is probably my last pursuit, if not one more after this. I need to add that 5 on there. The answer to the question is yes, by the way. Hi, Harley. It's because, Yo-Yo, I work with someone that just talks like that all the time. Sorry, correction. I work with a handful of people who will talk like that all the time, but like, as a bit. And so I just sort of am numb to it. You're the sus guy? Oh my god, the sus guys in the chat, y'all. This is Kamikaze by Red Hook. Yeah, next stream I'm just gonna have it on the screen. People asked a lot of times over the night, so not that I'm annoyed at all. I'm not. I'm flattered. Actually, I like when people ask me what I'm listening to. So I'll definitely have the song name on the screen next time, people though. No, Harley, please tell me, what is Sugma? Jesus. Car just evaporated. I'm not even gonna do it. I know it's some sort of meme. I know it's some sort of gotcha. It's not that I think it's gonna be bad. I think it's just gonna be a meme, and it's gonna be some sort of gotcha. Yeah, fuck it. Finger? Alright. CEO of this company's name is Michael Hunt. But you can call him Mike. Oh, no, it's not even a matter... It's not even a matter of the spikes not working. The tires are already flat. That's why I'm going so slow. The tires are already flat. That's why the spikes aren't doing anything. That's why I'm going so slow. Yeah, this car would be doing 200 through here if I wasn't. Yeah, Badger already did a Sigma. It was just a matter of time.
Yeah, our guy's back by the warehouse. Yeah.
It is very silly that I can, if I pop my tires, I can just keep driving at 150 miles per hour without consequence over spike strips. They are flat. I mean, look at them wiggle. Alright, going this way, I guess. $69. Escape. Oh no, it's gonna be 70. Unplayable. Tires don't fold, they wiggle wiggle. Yeah, flat tires in this game are just an inconvenience at best. At worst, I suppose. Alright. There it goes. Second time it's done that. I've encountered so many new behaviors in this game that I didn't the first time I played it. love it. I wasn't even phased by the helicopter just behaving like a car there. I'm not even phased by it anymore.
Suspect located. We got him here. Gas station going up. Get hazmat rolling.
Do I like the game more or less than when I last reviewed it? I mean, I don't think I feel much different about it. It's just a really sad story of like something that was kind of forced to be garbage, even though it could have been good with a little bit more time. It's hard to it's hard to hate on a game that is like
Units to my 20.
basically just a bunch of bits of other good games put together into one with rough edges. It's like, just by nature of what it is, it has a solid foundation. Even if the actual, you know, execution's a bit shaky.
Stadium, guys. He's back in the stadium.
It's not irredeemable like the run
I lost all my cover.
for
Can you
Wii.
find me more units to dispatch?
Payback, we discussed this earlier. I think it's a shit show. I think it's just the entire concept behind its customization and progression system was poisonous. A minute. Sorry about that. I'm trying to do 100 again on this one. I might try for 113 just for the sake of being able to round out the numbers. 1200 for the end of the night. It's almost halfway done. Excellent driving.
Units on high speed pursuit of a single vehicle. Moving into channel 4. East 3 units to switch over now, please.
You didn't really miss much discussion. It was sort of like I was talking about the Ghost era as a whole, just in passing. face reveal. It's really funny the amount of people who just have never watched a video with my face in it, saying face reveal, as if I've not had my face in videos since 2017. It's funny as shit. I don't know if I consider it worse than the run or not. I've really only played the first, like, 6 or 7 hours of Payback before just deciding I didn't like it and not coming back to it. So yeah, take that opinion with, like, a grain of salt that I've not completed it or, like, tried to actually evaluate it in any really formal way. I don't like it, though. The run, I think, is bad for different reasons. Yeah. Well, I didn't always have one, but I made a pretty sick deal a couple years ago.
He's back, heading toward the stadium. He's back in the stadium.
So it seems like the Viper really is the way to do this because it's easier to control. And even with pop tires, it doesn't feel all that different. I'm not gonna lie. It's slow as shit, but it doesn't feel all that different. It's wobbly on hills, that's really about it. And like anything where you touch an edge. Like a slope or like a curve. Yeah, and grinding for upgrades in racing games, it's just not the sort of RPG influence I want. Give me something that, like, means that I'm always earning and upgrading, but I don't want to have to stop progression. To have to go upgrade, like, grind for an upgrade. Upgrade should be part of the progression, not a prerequisite for it. I plan on covering RPGs in the future. Not really. Racing Lagoon was one that I've been wanting to talk about because of, you know, racing. But, I don't really think so. RPGs are not my favorite genre. It's not one that I finish often, and not one that I think I'm really qualified to speak about. Like, I've spent my entire life playing shooters and racing games. That's the kind of reason, like, I feel like I have the background to talk about something like, you know, New Pursuit or Call of Duty. I don't think I have anywhere near that background when it comes to, say, RPGs. So, it's not that I'm not a fan of them, I just don't play a whole lot of them. I'm not, like, an avid fan. I enjoy action RPGs. I enjoy a couple of turn-based RPGs. I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake last year and enjoying it. It's just, I don't know. Never been my genre, like my main genre by any means. I don't have the patience to finish them really, because I tend to move on to stuff really quickly. I don't think I added Halo Mayo's money. I should do that. Not even 100. Make it 100, 113? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. No, Racing Lagoon, it wouldn't be a car RPG. Like, that term is actually been used a fair few times to the point where it actually means something. No, because it's not an RPG where, it's not like a racing game with RPG elements. It is like a full-on JRPG. At least from what I understand. I think if it was like, you know, like Alfa Romeo Racing Italiano, that is a car RPG. That's one where like the systems are designed around the racing game with some small but small but noticeable JRPG influences. No, this is like a proper Square Enix 90s pre-rendered background role-playing game.
Dispatch, we need more cover. He just knocked everyone out.
Yep, it's a car. It's a car. So I'm getting drafting. I'm getting drafting rewards for following the helicopter. That's really funny. The helicopter is a flying car. It does classify as a car in the game files in Most Wanted. Like, you can drive it, but it at least has far more specialized code and thought put into how it works. That doesn't seem to be the case here. It might be, and you know, I'm saying it's classified as a car in Most Wanted. I might be wrong about that. It might just be that the model is modded into car slots, like Colton just said. I remember seeing those mods a lot as a kid, like on YouTube, early YouTube. Could the Horizon games be considered RPGs? Borderline, yeah. I feel like they don't have, I guess with the houses and stuff, kind of, they're kind of on the same level as, like Horizon 4 is kind of on the same level as Test Drive Unlimited, which definitely is one. And leveling, I feel like without only one leveling system, it's a little bit different. But yeah, I think they count. Okay, this is, I need one more after this one. I want to escape with exactly 113, so I'm at 1200. Alright, there's 113 right here. Don't make me out of a roadblock, I don't want to.
Coming in, don't let him through, don't let him through.
Animal is bipedal and featherless powers as a man, therefore objects of its metal and not an engine bearing. It is a car, no questions asked. Can't really argue with it. I think the Korokyu games are like actual RPGs, aren't they? Yeah, I'm U-turning for all of them. This might count. We'll see. Nope, okay, we're good. It's right there. It's just spawning them constantly. Alright, we got it. We did it. Nice. Alright. We are at 1200. We are almost halfway done. Gotta add those 5 on that someone bought earlier that I forgot to add. Yeah, the one time I don't want it to spawn more roadblocks, it does. Yeah. Viper is serving us really well. Like, I'm honestly kind of sad I didn't think to start this earlier. Like, yes, the going faster means I'm dodging more per minute on average, but the amount of times I have to stop and, like, restart, and, like, stop, escape, and then restart because I pop my tires is way lower with the Viper, I feel. Plus, the Viper, it just feels like, for some reason, it's more capable with the tires pop than the Koenigsegg is. It's almost like it's more predictable when it has pop tires. So, anyways, it's been a good stream. It's been about fucking 4.5 hours, which I didn't realize. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours somehow. Y'all in the chat have made it fly by. So I completely adore y'all for hanging out for so long with me and watching me do this menial task. But yeah, next week, I don't know if it's gonna be next week or in a few days or whenever this is gonna be, I will hop on again, knock some more of these out. Don't think I'll do all of them. One, I'll probably do another 600 or so, and then knock out the last ones in one go. But yeah, thanks for hanging. Hope you have a good night. Later.